synthetic meat, which I never want to have in my mouth. Go on, Lewis.
Yeah, I don't, first of all, anything that has to do with Microsoft, you do not trust. It's Bill Gates. Even though he hasn't been there for years, it's kind of like, it's been, and the truth is that this quantum thing, it's based on physics, and anything that's based on physics, not only do I not understand, but I think it's all a lie.
That's your default position.
Yeah.
Don't understand it. Probably all a lie. Viruses, water,
lie.
blood pressure.
Velikovsky
marriage.
might have something to say about it.
All right.
Beans on toast earlier.
Yeah, England. All right, let's have a look at the Times now. And lab-grown chicken has been approved for sale in the US. You will eat the lab-grown chicken and you'll be happy, Lewis.
Yeah, lab-grown chicken. The United States has approved the sale of man-made chicken created from... It's two California companies are vying to be the first one. But the truth is that it's going to be... It's this cultivated meat. It says, oh, it's great, because maybe it's like for vegans to make them happy. Oh, we're eating, because they just want to eat meat. You know, that's why.
These are real chickens, aren't they?
Well, they're not real chickens. They come from chicken stuff. And, and the fact is they're cultivated, and according to this, and I believe this to be true, cultivated meat is orders of magnitude higher uses of energy and stuff in order to make them. It's not like you put a chicken out in the field or whatever in a barn. In this, they got to actually grow the grain, cook the grain, boil the grain, mix it in, and do this and do that. And I don't believe it, and it's going to be horrible tasting. And number two, it's not real.
Okay. Anything pressing on that, Paul? Otherwise, I might move on.
I think we'll move on, Nick.
Yeah, enough of weird meat. Let's do the Star. And the ancient Egyptians drank vaginal fluid and blood, or as Lewis calls it, breakfast, Paul.
Delicious.
I rewrote that one. I mean, that was good.
That was good.
Sorry to...
I've just taken up a minute of actually laughing at that. I'm really sorry. Ancient Egyptian cult got high on psychedelics and drank bodily fluid cocktails. Researchers have found 2,500-year-old ancient Egyptian cult used psychedelics, fermented fruit juice and vaginal fluid and blood. I mean, you try building the pyramids without a pint of vaginal fluid, don't you?
Yeah.
It's a great point, actually. Yeah, how did they do it? We've always wondered, Lewis. It was your diet, essentially.
Well, according to Velikovsky,
yes,
Velikovsky is that possibly the gravity was way less back in the day because of our position in the solar
You're also
system.
a gravity truther, Lewis. How did we not know?
Yeah.
This will be another tweet thread from your enemies.
I do believe in gravity. I just believe it's changed over time, and the Earth as the Earth has moved positions in the solar system, and it's not one of the strongest forces.
Not one of the strong. Of all the forces,
electromagnetism is way stronger.
I love the way you dug yourself out of the hole by saying you're not convinced about gravity. All right, the show's pretty much over. It's been a lot of fun, but let's have another quick look at Friday's front pages. So the Daily Mail has the Titanic claims 5 more lives, with a very sad submarine story there. The Telegraph, US accused of turning against UK over NATO. The Guardian, recession fears as inflation forces bank to raise rates to 15-year high. The Financial Times, Bank of England takes interest rates to 5% in effort to put lid on inflation. The Sun, as Titan debris found, they had no chance. And the Daily Star, you big drip. And those were the front pages. That's it for tonight. Thanks to Paul and Lewis. We're back tomorrow, of course, at 11 p.m. I'll be back if I'm not sacked, and depending on how many complaints we've had. But for now, it's good night, good morning, and God bless.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the people's channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The people's channel.
Britain's news channel.
Nightmare commute.
kick it up a gear with me, Patrick Christie's, at Drive Time, 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+, on the smart speaker app and on the GB News app. And if you've got an Alexa, all you have to say is, Alexa, play GB News. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player apps. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with me, Patrick Christie's, on GB News and GB News Radio.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
Good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock on Friday, the 23rd of June. Today,
in consultation with experts from within the Unified Command, the debris is consistent with the catastrophic loss of the pressure chamber.
5 people on board the missing submersible exploring the wreck of the Titanic have died after a catastrophic implosion. We'll bring you the latest.
13 times in a row, the Bank of England pushed up interest rates again to 5%. That's the highest level in almost 15 years. How will it affect you?
The Prince of Wales is expected to unveil a major campaign on homelessness later this month. Last week, he attended the opening of brand new homes for young people at risk of homelessness.
And is another heatwave on the horizon? Part of England will hit the 30-degree mark again this weekend. And speaking of the weather, here's Aidan McGivern.
A significant contrast in the weather emerges over the next few days. Increasingly wet for some, increasingly hot for others. Find out more with the weather forecast in a bit.
Good morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Well, there's only really been 2 stories this week, hasn't there? The inflation and the base rates linked to that, which of course we're going to be covering very shortly, but also just keeping an eye on what has been going on with this submersible.
Yes, I've been at home and I just haven't been able to stop watching the TV, listening to the radio everywhere I go, because for so long you were just clinging on to hope, weren't you? Hope keeps a lot of people going, but sadly it didn't work out well.
No. It's been determined then that 5 people on board the submersible Titan have died after what was described as a catastrophic implosion.
And so marks the tragic end of a multinational 5-day search for the vessel, which had been missing since it was lost, or since they lost contact with it, which actually happened on Sunday, and only an hour and 45 minutes into the dive.
Well, movie director and submersible maker James Cameron said yesterday he wishes that he'd sounded the alarm earlier.
OceanGate shouldn't have been doing what it was doing. I think that's pretty clear. I wish I had been more vocal about that, but I think I was unaware that they weren't certified because I wasn't really studying it. I wasn't really interested. Stockton Rush asked me if I wanted to go out there and dive this season. You know, I wasn't interested. This father and son on Father's Day, you know, paid $500,000 to go down in this thing. Holy crap. You know, it's just tragic, and it's horrific, and it's unnecessary. And by the way, it's not lost on me as somebody who's studied the meaning of Titanic. It's greater meaning to us, you know, historically and societally, that it's about warnings that were ignored.
He should know, shouldn't he? He knows his stuff, James
point.
Cameron.
Mm.
Well, joining us now is our national reporter, Paul Hawkins, who's been keeping abreast of all this for us. I mean, right now, as we broadcast now, there probably are people watching who weren't aware of the news last night. What actually happened in the end?
So the US Coast Guard were giving media interviews yesterday afternoon saying that they were still hopeful of an outcome, of a positive outcome. They were continuing with the search and rescue mission. It was around 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Then just before 5, they tweeted that they'd found a debris field near the site of the Titanic, and then a press conference was called for 8 o'clock last night, UK time, and then the details came through about what they'd discovered. This is Rear Admiral John Morger of the US Coast Guard.
Essentially, we found 5 different major pieces of debris that told us that it was the remains of the Titan. The initial thing we found was the nose cone, which was outside of the pressure hull. We then found a large debris field. Within that large debris field, we found the front end bell of the pressure hull. That was the first indication that there was a catastrophic event. Shortly thereafter, we found a second smaller debris field. Within that debris field, we found the other end of the pressure hull, the aft end bell, which was basically comprised of the totality of that pressure vessel.
So with all this search that's been ongoing, Paul, it now seems pretty clear, doesn't it? I mean, there's been some report of stuff that was detected by the US Navy on Sunday. It looks like this happened actually on the day it went down, doesn't it?
It looks like it, but they're very keen to stress that these are really, really early days, and they don't know exactly how, when, or where. I mean, they can point it to the day. That's about it, really, not the time or the location or how. So that will be the subject of an ongoing investigation. Some of the vessels in the area, some of the aircraft are being sent back, those that were involved in the search and the rescue element of it. There will now be vessels remaining in the area that will retrieve some of that wreckage. A few more other details that came through from the press conference yesterday. The US Navy detected what they called an acoustic anomaly consistent with an implosion just hours before the Titan began its dive on Sunday, using its secretive long-range sonar listening system. That dates back to the Cold War, used to pick up Soviet submarines. That information was then shared with the US Coast Guard. It's not clear why that information wasn't made public earlier, but it was considered definitive. It wasn't considered definitive at the time, but was passed on to search commanders. The banging noises that we were talking about earlier in the week that were detected by the sonar, that's now thought to have been ships that were in the area. And as I say, the search drawing to an end. Really, before the questions, which will inevitably start to emerge over the weekend about this vessel and about the experimental nature of it and the investigation, really, thoughts really are with the victims at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting hearing James Cameron there clearly saying that it wasn't certified, this craft, which means that he is worried that it wasn't up to certain standards that he and other experts would deem right. Yeah. What mystifies me is that at least 2 of the crew on board, the French gentleman and...
Yeah, Paul-Henri Nargeolet,
the
explorer.
And the British billionaire. Both were really very experienced divers, and yet they still thought it was all right to pay £250,000 and go on this craft, didn't they?
Yeah, they're explorers. So by nature, that's what they live for, right? And I mean, with anything you do in life, right, you get in the car to come here this morning, you're taking a risk. You walk down the road, you're taking a risk. You know, it's about measuring that risk and how much you're willing to accept. And explorers, by their own nature, will take that risk. So, yeah, that was something that they would look into. In fact, look, if we take Paul-Henri Nargeolet's family statement, they called him one of the greatest deep-sea explorers in modern history. When you think of the Titanic, you will think of Paul-Henri Nargeolet. What we will remember him most for is his big heart, his incredible sense of humour and how much he loved his family. Another one of his family members has been talking to the media, and they've been saying that actually it's quite fitting. If he wanted to, to pass away in any circumstances, it would be near the Titanic. That's what he loved. That's what he lived for. So it seemed fitting in that way. But you talk about the explorers, Anne. Shahzada Dawood and his son Suleiman, who James Cameron referred to there, they weren't explorers,
no,
right?
They weren't.
This was a Father's Day trip. They say that their thoughts are with the victims. This is a family statement. As with any tragedy of this magnitude, it brings out the best and worst in people. Some go out of their way to contribute and support. Others use these moments for personal gains. How one behaves in such circumstances reveals more about their own character than anything else. Family remains overwhelmed with the love and support it has received and is grateful to those who showcase the best in humanity. The older sister of Shahzada, this is Asmay, has been speaking to the American broadcaster NBC, and she said that Suleiman, her 19-year-old nephew, told a relative he felt terrified about the trip, but he wanted to please his dad.
Oh, no, that's just tragic. In fact, it's not very helpful to actually hear that, is it?
It's not. But what is, sort of helpful, people may think, well, that's an odd thing to say, but we had been under the impression that they may have been slowly running out of air, which is it's a terrifying prospect, actually.
Yeah.
What has happened, as horrific as it is, it will have happened in milliseconds.
Yeah.
So is it a blessing to say, well, they probably wouldn't have known what went wrong?
Yeah, a lot of experts have been saying the least worst outcome would have been that it happened quickly, very quickly, because the pressure at those depths would have been enormous and it would have just been instantaneous.
Yeah. They probably didn't even know.
No.
But yes, in a way, that's something to cling on to.
I would add, though, that the downside, of course, is that and they were talking about when they were asked would they be able to retrieve the bodies in that press conference yesterday. They said, "Look, it's very unforgiving, that environment. We just don't know." And of course, that means that it can be very difficult to get closure for the families.
Very possibly.
Except, I suppose, that those families are used to those characters, aren't they? They're used to. It's like seeing somebody go up Everest. You can't guarantee they're ever going to come back. You won't stop human beings sort of taking on these challenges. In fact, there's an absolutely gorgeous piece in the Daily Mail today by one writer who said there are moments when the world comes together and just clings on to hope and does their fights to the very last, just for the sake of a few human beings. You look back at the football team that was lost in the caves in Thailand.
The Chilean miners.
The Chilean miners. There are lots of moments where the world, even though there's not an awful lot you can do, you cling on and the world does come together, and they did in this case. I mean, oceanographers and ships and rescue vessels from all over have come.
There were boats dispatched from France, Canada, the US. This was, an international operation. And as I said at the very beginning, even when they call it the golden 24 hours of search and rescue mission, that's the prime period. Even 4 days later, even yesterday afternoon, before they found this debris field, they were still remaining hopeful.
Yeah. OK, Paul, for now, thanks very much indeed.
It's grim, very sad news to start with, isn't it? But that's what we were all focusing on. There's lots of other news around, though. Let's bring you up to date with the other headlines.
And more than 50% of us believe Brexit was a mistake. That's according to a poll from, wait for it, the Tony Blair Institute. The survey showed 34% still supported Brexit, 18% of Leave voters think it was the wrong decision, about 80% want a closer relationship with the EU, 43% favouring rejoining.
Now, around 14,000 people couldn't show a photo ID during England's local elections, which meant they couldn't vote. The Electoral Commission said it was likely significantly more people didn't turn out because of the new voter identification policy, which was introduced just recently by the government. May's local elections were the first time voters were required to show ID.
Almost a fifth of drivers say their local authority has removed or has plans to remove parking payment machines, forcing them to use mobile apps. That's according to the RAC. Concerns have been raised about how this poses problems potentially for elderly and vulnerable individuals, potentially leading to fines for non-payment. The Local Government Association says they acknowledge the need to simplify the process. I don't understand that.
How do you mean?
I don't understand why elderly or vulnerable people need that to be simplified. It's very, very easy to use. I know some people will say, I know some of you will say, well, we don't like using our mobile phones, or we don't get it, or it's so easy to do.
It is.
And you've got to
Except
work.
You have to know that you have to have more than one app, don't you? You have to have a Ringo and a pay-to-pay something, and there are loads of different apps if you're not careful.
Well, yes, but if you're primarily in one area, or one town or one city, it's probably just the same one everywhere. It's only if you go somewhere else. Well, no, it's London's its own special
loads of different
case,
ones in London.
isn't it? But it's...
They could simplify it by just putting up some sort of a barcode, and you just show that to your phone, and then you've paid, and it just asks you how long or something.
Yeah, maybe.
There may be ways they could simplify it.
I just sort of think we are moving towards a cashless society, and you've got to go with what the majority... You can... I don't know. I just think it gets... Do we throw our toys out the pram every time there's any sort of change?
I also think we make the mistake of sort of saying, oh, the elderly won't be able to cope with that.
That's a bit insulting.
Exactly. It really is insulting, because there are people of great age who are using everything, laptops, apps, everything, and don't find it a problem. So I think we've got to be careful not to be patronising in that way.
I think you're right. I think you're right. And quite what they mean by vulnerable people who can't use it...
Don't know. I think, yeah.
Don't know.
Do you have an app to park? Do you find it difficult, or is it annoying? The world is becoming very reliant on apps.
It's the way it's all going, though. What do you do?
I mean, we just sort of... You live all the time by making sure everything's charged, don't you?
Yeah.
When the kids are leaving, I always say, have you got your phone? Have you got your charger? Have you got this? Have you got that? Because it's really vital to be able to charge your devices.
It's just the way I mean, I never have cash. I tell a lie. I've got 30 quid on me now, but that's because I had to get it out for something else. But normally I never have cash.
You should have small change still in the car, I think, just in case you do get stuck by one of those machines that isn't an app.
But even if you're there and you don't have change, they now normally take cards.
Yeah.
Which is...
Yeah, we are cashless, aren't we?
Yeah,
more and more.
Yeah. Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through on that one.
Is your computer working? Because you were worried that you hadn't charged your laptop.
I forgot to take it out the car on Wednesday, because I was working Wednesday, and forgot to take it out the car. It's in the back of the car.
See what I mean? It throws you into, oh, have I got enough energy on it?
There's still 50% left.
Will that get you through to the end of the programme?
Yeah. Oh, it's gone down to 39%
rather
quickly. Oh, well, never mind.
It's running out of power.
It'll run out at 9 o'clock. I'll just stop talking at 9 o'clock. It'll be fine. Now, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have both insisted that the government's plan to tackle inflation is the right one.
Oh, do you agree? Because this comes as the Bank of England has decided to raise interest rates to 5%, and that's despite warnings of a recession on the horizon.
Mind you, we've been told that by the Bank of England. We were told about a recession last year. We've been told about a recession this year. We're not in recession yet.
Well, even Nigel Lawson, the former Chancellor, has actually said maybe a recession would be a good thing. I don't quite get that.
No, I don't quite get that. Well, for homeowners, of course, things are looking worse than ever. Average mortgage monthly payments have increased with this by about £50. Of course, this is just...
Depends on the size of your loan.
Depends on the size of the loan, and this is just the first of many. And if you're then remortgaging, or if your deal comes to an end or whatever anytime soon, then ouch, it's going to hurt even more.
And, of course, it will have a knock-on effect on rent, on the rental market as well,
it will.
because of people who own the buildings. Well, Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, is expected to meet with bankers this morning. They're going to have a breakfast session, apparently, to discuss possible relief for us. But will it be enough? Well, joining us to run through all of this is the editor of CapEx, John Ashmore. A very good morning to you. A lot of people will be really, really worried about this, wondering what's looming for them. Is there anything, do you think, that the Chancellor could discuss with the major lenders this morning that will provide some relief?
Not more than kind of superficially, I wouldn't say. I think the problems are big structural ones. You know, they may come out with some kind of announcement, but it is already possible to postpone your payments for 6 months. There are various things the banks already do. It's not as though there are no contingencies. Some of the suggestions that we've seen this week, I think, are frankly quite unhelpful. We had the Lib Dems, for example, saying that we should have a bank tax of $3 billion and use that to effectively subsidise mortgage holders. Well, all they're going to do is put up prices for other customers who are effectively then subsidising homeowners. And a lot of people who don't own a home would probably wonder why they would have to do that. So I think when we look at these policies, we should always try to think kind of like an economist would. Well, you know, if you're putting in one end, what's coming out the other? What are the banks going to have to do to offset these things? Another thing that was suggested by Labour was that banks would be able, that credit rating agencies wouldn't have to take into account the fact that people have changed mortgage product, which effectively, if the government did that, they would basically be forcing credit agencies to lie to banks. And then the whole system just loses its integrity. So we've got lots of quite bad suggestions doing the rounds. And I just think that there needs to be an element of caution here, much as I understand the political imperative to try and get on top of this. I think the problem for Jeremy Hunt, though, is, you know, there's a classic kind of economic phrase, which is that inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon, which means it's primarily the responsibility of central banks rather than, say, the Treasury or a finance ministry. And that's his problem. We're all gazing at the Bank of England here, not the Treasury. There's not that much room for manoeuvre for Jeremy Hunt here.
Well, which leads very neatly onto my question, because the Prime Minister and the Chancellor, as we said at the beginning, both insist the government's plan to tackle inflation is the right one. But what plan? What plan have they actually got? Because all the action seems to be taken by the Bank of England, over which the government has no control.
Indeed. I mean, they can sort of change its mandate and things, but they don't have direct control, which many people would say is a good thing. That's been the case since 1997. New Labour gave the bank its independence. The big thing the government has done in the last few years is obviously the energy price freeze. And that's one of the few bits of good news we've had in the last few weeks, is that those energy bills, or at least the price cap, is falling. So the average bill will come down, I believe the figure was £450. So, you know, it's better than a poke in the eye. The thing about this inflation, though, I think that we need to bear in mind is how uneven it is. So if you are unfortunate enough to be remortgaging, your outgoings could be going up by, you know, I have friends whose mortgages have gone up by 400, 500 quid overnight. I mean, that's enormous, having to make huge changes to their lifestyle. If, however, let's say you took out a mortgage during that stamp duty holiday rush in 2021 and fixed it for 5 years, then you might not have to pay anything back, or you might not see any change until 2026, when things could look quite different. So it's very, very uneven. The other thing to talk about, of course, as well, is food. Food price inflation is way higher than core inflation, hitting people on low incomes particularly hard. You know, the cost of sugar is up 50%, eggs, wheat, bread, pasta, all these things way above that, you know, generalised 8.7% rate of inflation. So again, it's a very kind of textured picture.
And a lot of people will be very, very worried. But for the moment, thank you very much. Thanks for explaining that. It's difficult to get your head around sometimes. You just think there has to be a better way than making ordinary people suffer.
It's a blunt instrument, this idea that you raise interest rates, raise the base rate, and it sorts out inflation, because it hasn't made any difference yet, has it? This is the problem. So they've whacked it up another 0.5%, hoping that will do something. Will it?
Do drop us a line, gbviews@gbnews.com. If you think it's going to make a huge difference to your mortgage payments, what are you going to do about it? How do you face it?
Maybe you're in the position like me. I mean, I'm on a fixed rate thing. I don't know when it ends.
I was just going to say, how long's that for?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Well,
it'll only be 2 or 3 years, won't it, when you keep doing it every time? I don't know when that ends. Dread to think. I sort of hardly dare.
No, I know. It's almost too frightening, isn't it?
Oh, dear. Anyway, yeah, let us know your thoughts on that this morning. Up next, the Prince of Wales tries to tackle homelessness. This is Breakfast on GB News.
First and foremost, I'm a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the people's channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The people's channel.
Britain's news channel.
Nightmare commute. Kick it up a gear with me, Patrick Christie's at Drive Time, 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+, on the smart speaker app, and on the GB News app. And if you've got an Alexa, all you have to say is, Alexa, play GB News. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player apps. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with me, Patrick Christie's, on GB News and GB News Radio.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
It's 6:24. Good morning. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
I'm still trying to get my head around mortgage interest rates and things. What's an interest-free mortgage? No, an interest-only mortgage.
Interest-only mortgage means you pay the interest every month, but then, so if you had a 100 grand mortgage, you pay whatever a month, but at the end of the mortgage term, you still owe 100 grand.
Oh, so lots of people are going to be looking at that then, aren't they?
They are, but it's what you do with, because it used
Don't you take out some sort of form of insurance to pay off that large sum at the end?
Well, you can do. You can, and it's things like they used to do endowment mortgages that would pay off bits of that, and they used to do. Like the first mortgage I ever had, it was something called was it a PEP or a? I don't know. There was some sort of thing that you put money in that was then meant to accumulate enough by the end of it to pay off your lump sum.
Yes.
But then they got rid of those as being not sustainable because not enough of them were paying off the lump sum at the end.
And that's the other problem, is a lot of people will seek to extend the range of their mortgage, the length of their mortgage, which means that they're going to have to go on working till they're 80 or 90 just to keep paying off the mortgage.
Yeah, so you'll pay less per month, but you'll pay a lot more over time.
Yeah. And any idea that, you know, at some stage you retire and then you hope that you'll be able to leave the value of your home to your children, that's going to go right out the window, isn't it? It's just going to be unsustainable.
Downsizing, of course, but because the danger is there's now talk about being, for some people at least, because of the way the mortgages are set up, is that you're going to have some negative equity.
Yes, I think that's going to happen too.
Yeah, which is a nightmare.
And downsizing, although it sounds reasonable and a good thing to do, because I've downsized a couple of times, you still have to pay stamp duty on the next house you buy.
Oh yeah.
There's no stamp duty. I think is an absolute abomination.
It's an
extra tax, isn't it?
It's very good, and it adds up to
a lot,
tens of thousands of pounds.
And you think, I'm doing the sensible thing by downsizing, and then hopefully I won't have a mortgage or anything else. But you suddenly find you get clobbered for anything you do want to buy in stamp duty. Housing market, who'd do it?
Well, you see, that's the thing. You sort of think that needs to be got rid of, stamp duty. However, no one's going to do it because they need the money.
Yes.
We can't afford
Well,
as a country
the money would have to be
get rid of
raised
it.
in some other way, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, we'd all pay it some way or another. It's a nightmare. Anyway, we should be... If you're feeling very hard done to with it all, but you are managing, even if just by the skin of your teeth, be grateful.
Yeah, because you're better off than some.
Better off than some, yeah. The Prince of Wales is expected to unveil a major campaign on homelessness later this month.
Yeah, in fact, last week, Prince William opened brand new homes for young people who were at risk of homelessness.
Reuben House is in Peckham, and it's a key part of Centrepoint's independent living programme, and His Royal Highness is the charity's patron. Our royal correspondent, Cameron Walker, went along.
We really can prevent homelessness, and it's a really amazing solution, practical solution, a tangible solution to how to help young people get back on their feet.
Prince William was just 23 when he chose a charity helping people his own age to get out of homelessness as one of his first patronages. Centrepoint provides housing and supports for young people. It wants to end youth homelessness by 2037. And from day one, the future king wanted to help with that mission, according to the charity's boss, Shay Obakin.
Very early on, he expressed a real desire to be a patron that is involved in the cause. He didn't want to use his own words to be an ornament of a patron. He really wanted to get into the guts of the problem and therefore understand for himself what he can do to help.
Scoring.
Last week, His Royal Highness opens 33 new homes for young people at Centrepoint's Reuben House in Peckham. The small flats contain a kitchen, dining area, bathroom and a place to sleep and relax. Rent is capped at just 1/3 of a resident's take-home pay, meaning it's much more affordable than private renting.
It's a way for young people, when they're ready to live independently, to have this kind of opportunity where they can focus on their employment, on their career. They can build their career, they can earn more money, and then they can move on from a place like this.
Centrepoint wants to offer homes to 300 young people in London and Manchester, but an estimated 129,000 16 to 24-year-olds across the country faced homelessness last year. As the Prince of Wales is expected to unveil a major campaign on homelessness later this month. Jordan is 21 and was sofa surfing before finding a home in Reuben House. He thinks Prince William is well placed to help people like him.
He is the most influential person, in my opinion, that will be able to make a difference for the younger generations and the developing generations as well. He himself has children, you know, that are similar age or younger, and kind of empathise a lot more with people my age and empathise with our emotions and our cries for help, you know.
Prince William has already talked to politicians about his homelessness plans by using his official audiences with Housing Secretary Michael Gove and Leader of the Opposition, Sir Keir Starmer, according to The Telegraph. An indication, perhaps, of just how much the heir to the throne wants to help young people keep a roof over their heads. Cameron Walker, GB News.
Good on him.
Good on him. His mother would be proud because she had a lot to do with Centrepoint, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
That was really cool.
She did. David, hi David, says, it's not often I disagree with Stephen, but on this occasion I do. I'm 71, I'm very tech savvy, and it is easy to use an app to pay for parking. However, it should be a choice, not an imposition. Many people don't have a smartphone or may not wish to use it. I guess the argument against just having meters, though, that you put cash in, is that it costs money to go and employ people to empty them and all the rest of it, which, you know, everyone's trying to cut back on costs, aren't they? But I think a fair point. Mike in Harwell says, I'm relatively young at 71, but still find parking apps not easy.
I suppose not everybody does have a smartphone. We always think they do, but you don't.
Yeah, Andrew...
If you don't have a smartphone, then I guess you need to carry a card of some sort that you could use.
Andrew in Livingston says that you have to have a smartphone to use these apps to pay. I don't. A lot of them you can just ring a number and then use your credit card.
Too, yes.
But it is a bit of a faff. Andy says, what about visitors like myself who live in Germany but visits family in the UK? I don't think it would accept my phone as it has a German SIM card. It should do.
No, it should do because it's an app.
Yeah, it shouldn't make a difference.
Yeah.
Shouldn't make a difference. And Stephen says it's insulting to think that the elderly would struggle with a digital process.
Yes, it is.
So...
Don't write the elderly off as being not tech-savvy, because so many are, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I can see the frustration. You get a lot of this, but I just think society is moving forward, isn't it? And what do? You can't just hold it back because an ever increasingly small percentage of people can't use the tech. You just need to get to grips with it.
Do you think you get to an age where you just think, I can't take any more?
Yeah.
I don't like all this.
My mother's like that.
Yeah.
She doesn't try. She doesn't try, but she can use parking apps, I think. But she doesn't try. She's like, oh no, I haven't got time to think about it.
Yes, exactly. I understand that too. I'm like that trying to set up my email account. It's just...
You've got to make yourself get on with it, though, because otherwise you get left behind.
You've got to set aside an hour or so and actually make yourself do it.
Because I do understand, because although I am tech-savvy and across a lot of things, for me it's things like these music apps, Spotify and all this sort of thing, and I'm just like, I don't understand those. And like TikTok and what's that other one that they use, Snapchat? I don't get those.
No, I don't get that.
But and I feel like I've missed the boat. I feel like I'll never get on top of those now.
Yeah, and you know where you're watching programmes and they say, download your thing from wherever you get your...
your podcasts.
Podcasts, yeah. Download this as a podcast from wherever you get your podcast. I wouldn't even know where to start getting a podcast.
No, I don't listen to podcasts.
Do you know where you go to get them?
Well, there must be a podcast app or something.
It must be.
Apple do them, but I've not got an Apple account. So I don't know. Maybe you can get them on Spotify and things. I
wouldn't know how to go to Spotify.
But I don't like podcasts. I know they're the
I know,
in
they're
thing.
the very in thing. Everybody's
listen to a podcast. I can't be bothered.
Do you listen to a podcast? What is it? How do you get it? That's what I want to know. GBViews at gbnews.com.
Yes. No. Can't be bothered.
They had a good day at Ascot yesterday, the Royals.
Yes.
King Charles and Queen
very
Camilla.
Nice. I like it.
It was very
his
dapper.
outfit.
Because their horse won. They were. He got so excited, he knocked over the trophy that he was just about to give to somebody.
Oh dear.
And Camilla looks wonderful in some of the papers as well, wearing a fantastic hat, as you do at Ascot, of course.
It was 18-1 or something.
Yeah.
It was an outsider.
They did really well, very well.
So anyway, and we'll bring you more of those fantastic pictures of the King enjoying himself at Ascot very shortly.
There they are.
This is GB News.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard. We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often there will be difficult stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics, and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it. So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
So I'm trying to sort out Anne's email now.
See what I mean? It takes real...
Yeah, but the problem with that is you've been sent a password, but but I can't find it in your inbox. See, it does get very frustrating.
This is where, when it happens to me, I just think, no, I can't be bothered. But I need to, because I need my email.
You do need your email. It's your work email, so you do need that.
I do.
But
it's not there, is it?
No, I don't think it's there.
And the air conditioning on my car yesterday failed.
Oh, no.
I mean, in this heat.
Oh, and
I know.
that'll be... You'll get the gas regassed or whatever it is.
It's just been redone, so
has
something's
it?
wrong, yeah.
Oh, back to the garage
Yeah,
then.
I know.
Oh, that's frustrating.
In this heat.
When things go wrong, they
Sorry,
can
we're
go wrong.
moaning at you today.
No, but that's fine.
No,
you can have a bit of a whinge. I bought an aircon unit yesterday, one of those freestanding things, because we're talking to Nathan Rao a little bit later on. Apparently it's going to be hotter this summer than it was last summer, and last summer was unbearable in my house. So I've had to shell out hundreds of pounds.
It's not very good for the planet, us all having air conditioning, is it?
And, you know, I resent paying it, but it's just like I cannot cope with that again. At least I can have a cold bedroom. It's going to have to be done.
So my old boss, who was Australian, I think I've told you this before, he said when he was a kid in Australia, it got so unbelievably hot at night, you could not sleep. He said that the trick there they all did was that you get a towel and you wet the towel, wring it out, and then you just lie it over you all night. A cold, wet towel.
Not very pleasant,
That's what they used to do, yeah. But better for the planet.
Yes, well, let us know how you're coping with the heat at the minute. Because even now you might be finding it too hot. We'll get the latest from Nathan later on this hour, I think. Anyway, let's have a look at the papers for you. The Mail has a picture of King Charles following his first win as king. And the first ascot, of course, without his mum.
And the Daily Mirror pays tribute to the 5 men who have perished, we know now, on board the Titan sub, which went missing last Sunday.
The Express shows some of the wild and wonderful styles of hats worn on Ladies' Day at Ascot.
And The Guardian shows a picture of an adventurer who has chosen to live alone in a pod on top of the barren islet of Rockall. He's trying to beat a world record stay.
Nothing better to do with his time.
That does look a bit odd to me.
I mean, anyway, each to their own. Let's go through some of those in a bit more detail then with broadcaster Liz Kershaw and GB News' senior political commentator Nigel Nelson. Hello to you both.
Hello.
Hiya.
Let's talk about the front of The Guardian and the recession. Whose is this?
Mine. This is Liz, I think, starting off.
I'm getting more and more angry about the Bank of England's cack-handed attempts to control inflation, improve productivity and generally sort out the economy and make people's lives better. Right, basic economics we all know. I did it to university level, by the way. I'm not just a DJ who spins records, who some people often comment. But the blunt instrument to reduce inflation is to raise interest rates, because by doing this, people are having to pay more for their accommodation, the biggest item you buy that's got bank interest on it. Therefore, you've got less money in your pocket. Therefore, you can buy fewer holidays, fewer cars, fewer treats, fewer meals, just frivolous stuff like nice clothes. That is the theory. Therefore, demand is reduced for these goods. Therefore, supply and demand, the price comes down. Therefore, inflation is reduced. My real bugbear is, why do we use people's accommodation, people's homes, through mortgages and interest rates to control the macroeconomy? It's just not fair. Only 30% of people, for starters, have a property mortgaged. So they tend to be working people, probably with kids at that age. So the people who are in their 30s or in their 40s, the ones in their 30s who've got huge student debts, some of them, they're trying to raise children, they've got child costs, and they're paying the price for all of us, i.e. people in school, people in education, younger people without mortgages, and the retired, like me, who've paid everything off.
What's the alternative?
Right,
though?
well, I've got a solution. I don't just sit here and moan, Stephen.
Good, no, please.
So the solution is
Give
this.
us a solution.
At the same time, the banks are making money hand over fist because they're charging you, instead of 1% a month, they're charging you 7%. So raking it in, without, as one of my Twitter followers pointed out to me this morning, without them increasing the rate on his savings, it's still 0.75%. So what do? What you do is you take something that actually belongs to the government. If the government wants to control inflation, let them use their own tool. They want you to spend less money on things that aren't essential, like accommodation and food. What's that all about? It's about VAT. So double VAT. Don't double people's mortgage payments per month. Double VAT. So there's no VAT on healthy foods for a start. So that's not going to inflate the price of foods. There's no VAT on housing, on mortgages. So put VAT on, I don't know, hairdressing, eating out, designer clothes.
That would still have a knock-on effect on business, wouldn't it? But how much revenue would that bring in, do you think?
Well, I don't know the maths, but I just think it's something that everybody's subjected to. It's a direct tax. Everybody who purchases... This is all about stopping people purchasing. So tax the actual act of purchasing rather than the act of trying to put a roof over.
Well, I suppose it makes it your choice as to what you spend your money on.
then...
Well, that 5p on VAT would bring in about 12 billion. That was the last figure we had when they reduced VAT, if you remember.
Well, of course, I suppose it wouldn't bring in 12 billion or whatever because people would be spending less.
Well,
that'd be the idea.
That's the idea. I mean, broadly, Liz's idea is an interesting one to actually increase taxes. I can't see the government actually doing that.
Well, for instance, you could redistribute it. It's disgusting that people at times when gas and electricity is so expensive, we're still paying VAT like it's a luxury. So scrap the 5% VAT on fuel, scrap the VAT on fuel at the pump. Let the country get moving again and double the VAT on, anything from Louis Vuitton handbags to takeaways. Get out and buy some fresh food and
12 billion isn't that much, though.
No, it's not. The basic principle would work, provided all you've got to do is take money out of the economy, and that's the way to control inflation. The only weapon we've got for doing that is to raise interest rates.
No.
It's the only weapon we can use at the moment. The alternative would be if inflation, and I bet Liz can remember this from her economics days, is sort of too much money chasing too few goods. Either you have to increase supplies, that's not in the gift of the Bank of England or the government, or you raise interest rates. They haven't found another way of doing it. It is a blunt instrument, but there's no other way that we've got, the only weapon they've got to actually do it.
Yeah, well...
but say it's a blunt instrument, which is basically what the head of the Bank of England has said. It's going to feel particularly bad. It's cruel almost, but it's necessary. Well, it's all very well for him to say that, but he's not worried about his mortgage. And you just wonder whether something as fundamental as affecting your accommodation, as you've just said, your rent or your mortgage, something as fundamental as that ought to be a political decision, not just made by somebody in the city.
Gordon Brown decided to to make the Bank of England independent back in 1997 when Labour first got into power.
Which was thought to be a good idea at the time.
Well, yes. The principal idea is you can then blame the Bank of England for everything that goes wrong rather than the government, which was the way that they had it previously.
But we don't vote in the head of the Bank of England.
No, you don't.
We vote for the politicians.
And a lot of criticism that they didn't raise interest rates early enough, and we may not have to have such high interest rates now if that had kept down inflation.
Let's move on.
Think outside the box
before we run out of time. In the mail, rail strikes, Nigel.
Yeah, and this is going to hit as school holidays start. So we're in for another 3 rail strikes from the RMT. That's on the 20th, 22nd and 29th of July. And obviously the fury is that people are just about to start going on holiday and then they're going to be hit by the rail strikes. And it's the usual criticism of Mick Lynch and the RMT for hitting people where it hurts. Well, if you're going to have a strike, you have to make it effective. The nub of the problem on this one is basically it's the same problem all the way through. The government won't talk to them. They've been waiting to actually have some negotiations. And the big sticking point is they've kind of agreed a 5% pay rise from last year. They're now negotiating a pay rise for this year. And what the government is saying is, OK, but you must call off all strikes before we start negotiating. Mick Lynch's argument is you've got no industrial muscle left. So if you haven't got the threat of strikes, how can you have a negotiation? And that is essentially the sticking point.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's but the problem with all that is it leaves us with nowhere to go, doesn't it? To bring this to an end.
The way to bring it to an end is for the government to actually sit down and talk, yeah.
Well, yeah. Of course, the last thing they want to do is fork over even more money. Because then the argument is then you've got wage inflation.
Well, I mean, these are actually below inflationary demands. So you're absolutely right. We have got wage inflation. That's running at about 6% overall because of the tight employment market. But these kind of claims are quite a way below inflation. So they're not hugely inflationary.
OK. Can we have a look at private? So George. Prince George, that is.
Going to Eton.
Going to Eton. Well, no surprise.
Well, it's family tradition, and you can hardly expect a child from that family who moves in those circles and who one day, if it remains a monarchy in this country, will one day be the king, to go to the People's Academy of the North Circular in Neasden.
No. It might be better for him.
He might have a tough time
you know
there,
what? It did me good. Not that I'm royal, but I went to a private prep school, and then my dad was a headmaster of a comprehensive school, so he said I had to go to his school because it was the best advert for the school, and if it wasn't good enough for his own child... So I got taken out of a cosy, leafy prep school into a comprehensive school with kids from all social backgrounds and walks of life. And it was a big shock for me, but I think it's made me what I am, that I can walk with men and talk with kings or whatever. It really opened my eyes to the social deprivation and the way that other kids had to live. So maybe it would do him good. But meanwhile, yeah, he's going there. It's $45,000 a year. It's not a lot for his parents. And I sent one of my children... It's
just down the road as well from them, isn't it?
You're around the corner from them, because I live in Windsor.
I don't know if he'll bored or be a day boy, but I sent my son to public school because of all the facilities, and I wanted to get him into Oxbridge, and then it was the route, and he had an absolute whale of a time. It's far too posh to talk to me now, isn't he, Stephen?
He is very posh, yes,
but
very posh.
What is very bad visuals at the moment with this is that, yes, Prince George will trot off to Eton, and there are people in the papers today, some viewers might not have any sympathy, but because of the mortgage rises, they're having to take their children out of private school. Now, I feel more sorry for those children because they're uprooted, they lose their friendship groups, and, like me, they find themselves in a very alien situation. So this mortgage thing is even having repercussions.
Oh, absolutely, it is. It's going to have repercussions on everybody.
Yes, it is.
On family life.
We are out of time, you two, I'm afraid, but we will catch up with you a little bit later on. Thanks very much
Thank you.
Indeed. Let's just have a look at what else is going on today.
Well, the US Coast Guard has now confirmed that the deep-sea submersible carrying 5 people on a voyage to the wreck of the Titanic has been found in pieces from a catastrophic implosion, killing all on board. The Titan, it was called, operated by OceanGate Expeditions, had been missing since it was lost. They lost contact with it on Sunday morning.
The Chancellor is holding talks with banks this morning to see what more they can do to support people with their mortgages after that interest rate hike to 5%. Yesterday, Jeremy Hunt's expected to use the meeting to press lenders on whether they're living up to their commitments to offer support to those who are struggling.
Artificial intelligence will be rolled out more widely across the NHS in a bid to diagnose diseases and treat patients faster. The government has announced a £21 million funding pot that NHS trusts can apply to implement AI tools for the likes of medical imaging and decision support. The Department of Health and Social Care says the technology could help cut NHS waiting lists ahead of winter.
All right, let's talk weather, should we? Weather journalist Nathan Rao is here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
We should always talk weather.
We should always talk.
There's a lot of it around.
There is.
How hot's it going to get?
Possibly right. Now, there's a north... Well, first of all, I should say, I mean, it's been... This week for weather, we've had thunderstorm warnings and rain warnings and flood warnings and hosepipe bans. Now we've got a heatwave warning coming up.
And that's for this weekend. So
That
it's
is
going to
for
happen in the next couple of days.
Yes. Now the heatwave warning. This is from the UK Health Protection Agency. Is this weekend, and it's sort of it's the lowest level heatwave warning. But there is a north-west, south-east split. So if you think the south-east, that is East Anglia, London, and the south-east, the home counties, the southern counties.
So sort of diagonal line across the country.
Cut a diagonal line. That is going to get the hottest weather this weekend, and Sunday is thought to be the hottest day of the weekend, possibly a 33. Usually expect to see that somewhere in Heathrow, usually get some good readings, or St James's Park. And northwest is going to be wetter and cooler, but really the whole country this weekend is looking very warm, very sunny if you like that sort of thing.
Humidity?
But careful. Humidity high as well, yes.
Now, I was reading yesterday that last year we saw temperatures peak at about 40.
Yeah,
right?
we did.
It's going to be hotter this year, so
yeah.
I've been told.
Now, I have seen that. Now, this is to do with El Nino, which is the phenomenon that happens off the east coast of, the west coast, sorry, of South America, to do with ocean warmings, and that can affect global temperatures around the world, and is possibly linked to warmer temperatures in the UK. So it's a tenuous link, but there is a link there. Now, whether we get hotter than 40.3, which is what we saw last July, I don't know. It's a long shot, but
something similar.
Well, we're already in the 33-degree realm this weekend, and we're in June. July tends to be the hottest month of the year. Whether it's hotter than average, you see, so the average temperature for this time of year is pretty much only about 20 degrees, but that takes in the cooler, the very cooler highest temperatures and the warmer highest temperatures. So the average comes in quite low. So you could say we're going to get a warmer than average summer and turn in something about 25 on average.
Right. Oh, well, dear me. I don't know whether to look forward to that or dread it a little bit.
Well, don't be too miserable about it. We've got some lovely warm weather coming up, and the Met Office says that July is looking hotter than average.
Right.
There is the possibility of heat waves throughout July. I don't know if that's good news or bad news, but these days I think we're all a bit risk... I mean, it's good, but we're a bit more risk-averse than we used to be. So a heat wave is really anything where above average threshold temperatures are breached for 3 days. In the southeast, that's about 28, warmer than average temperatures overnight. So if the nighttime temperatures don't drop, which is the thing that really causes the heat wave problems, especially when we're talking about people who suffer most with hot weather, and that is the elderly and the vulnerable people with health conditions. It's the nighttime temperatures when they don't come down and they're back up the next day. That's when they start
to sleep. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. And you've got to be sensible in the Sun as well, because in the Sun newspaper today, there's some pictures of people who forgot what they were wearing or something when they're out in the sun.
Oh, that old chestnut.
Yeah,
yes. Heard that
terrible
before.
Stripes and weird, things that you've got to slap your sun cream on efficiently.
Yeah. Well, we've just passed the summer solstice, so the sunlight is strongest now. That is any other time of the year.
Direct.
So be careful in the sun. UV levels are high, pollen levels again are very high this weekend. But UV, slap on the sunscreen.
What's happening with the thunders? Because people are told there's going to be thunderstorms today. I mean, my little Alexa keeps saying there's going to be thunderstorms this afternoon. I'm not getting them.
I know. I was sort of hiding under my duvet waiting for thunderstorms at the beginning of the week, and not a crackle.
But they can be very localised, can't they?
They can, and they are...
You see a thunderstorm happening over there sometimes, can't you? And you think, oh, I'm lucky.
Yeah, or you hear a crackle and you see, then that's it. The thing with thunderstorms is they are generated within an unstable atmosphere when it gets very, very hot and the air rises, and that causes thunderstorms. Pinning those down to a specific location is notoriously hard to do. So you often see when the thunderstorms warnings come out from the Met Office, they cover a huge area, and then a couple of places in that area get those thunderstorms. With this hot weather that we're getting at the weekend, or with any hot weather during the summer, at this time of the year, there is always going to be a risk of thunderstorms because it creates an unstable atmosphere. So watch out for thunderstorms. You may get them, but it looks pretty dry. From all the reports I've been looking at, it looks like it's pretty dry this weekend. Right. And the thunderstorms maybe next week, and especially for Glastonbury as well, because it is Glastonbury this weekend.
Yes.
So we might not get a mud bath.
Well, fingers crossed for them. Nathan, really good to see you.
You
as always.
too.
Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Let's have a look at that forecast for you right now.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. Hot and sunny for some this weekend, but cloudier and wetter for others. Through today and throughout much of Saturday and Sunday, we'll see spells of rain into the northwest of the UK, whilst the heat builds further southeast. In fact, it's a sunny start to the day for East Anglia, southern and eastern parts of England. Some showers will build into the afternoon, but otherwise most places are going to be sunny and increasingly warm. But for Scotland, Northern Ireland, North West England and West Wales, spells of rain turning to showers later in the day. Even where it's raining in the north, temperatures will reach 20 Celsius, but the highest temperatures will be where we've got that unbroken sunshine in the southeast, 28 or 29 degrees the afternoon high. Then into the evening, those spells of rain and showers will continue to move across Wales, parts of the North Midlands into northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland. In fact, for central and western Scotland, as well as parts of Northern Ireland, the rain will turn more persistent by the end of the night. It's a breezy night as well, strong winds in the far northwest, and with a lot of cloud cover and increasing levels of humidity, it's going to be a muggy night for sleeping, with some spots not much lower than 17 or 18 Celsius. And that's from the north to the south as well. In the south, first thing Saturday, we're going to see plenty of sunshine. I think across many central and northern areas, there'll be areas of cloud, but it will brighten up into the afternoon after some persistent rain first thing across Scotland and Northern Ireland. And there'll be some showers developing as well across western Scotland and Northern Ireland into the afternoon. Now, these weather fronts clear away for a time on Saturday evening, but further weather fronts move in later in the day, and these will bring, again, further spells of rain into Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England for Sunday. But further southeast, we keep the strong sunshine, and widely across parts of eastern and southeastern England, temperatures will exceed 29 Celsius, perhaps up to 33 in one or two spots.
I joined GB News because I was sick and tired of not hearing my views being represented, not just mine, but so many people that I knew and spoke to.
I just couldn't get my voice out there. I couldn't say anything, I couldn't do anything. Whatever the narrative was, I kind of had to follow it.
GB News is there to provide a voice for those who have been ignored by the establishment media. We think different things, we've got a different style.
GB News is here to be optimistic and positive about the future.
It's real kind of dynamic and flowing, with the audience very much at the heart of it, like a big family.
Here at GB News, we talk about the things that matter to you.
Hearing the voices from right across our towns and cities, especially our towns.
All sides of the argument represented with a heavy dose of opinion.
We're on a mission here to make a difference.
And the GB News family really is here for you, and whatever time of day you can watch or listen.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
So Jubes and Kerr, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is two new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Weeknights on GB News from 6 p.m. You'll always get drama.
Please stop, Michelle.
I know, yeah.
Please stop.
Should I just shut up?
Romance.
You like me, I like you. There you go.
There you are. Well, don't tell anybody.
Adventure.
Etc.
That's the whole point. But
and action.
Sergeant Reed, my superstar panel, they're already at it. They're fighting. It's going to be quite a show.
Only on GB News. Britain's watching.
Good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock on Friday, the 23rd of June. Today,
in consultation with experts from within the Unified Command, the debris is consistent with the catastrophic loss of the pressure chamber.
5 people on board the missing submersible exploring the wreck of the Titanic have died after a catastrophic implosion.
13 times in a row, the Bank of England pushed up interest rates again to 5%. That's the highest level in almost 15 years. How will it affect you?
A weekend of music and joy. It's revealed Elton John will have 4 surprise guests at his Glastonbury show. We'll get the latest from Stephanie Tecci.
And the Prince of Wales is expected to unveil a major campaign on homelessness later this month. Last week, he attended the opening of brand new homes for young people at risk of homelessness. And are we on track to another heat wave? Aidan McGivern is here.
A significant contrast in the weather emerges over the next few days. Increasingly wet for some, increasingly hot for others. Find out more with the weather forecast in a bit.
Morning to you, I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Well, let's kick straight off, should we, with the latest on that submersible that had gone to explore the Titanic. And after, 5 days of searching, of hoping, desperately hoping beyond hope, that there could be a positive outcome to this, we now know that is not the case. And it's been confirmed that the 5 people on board the submersible Titan have died after what was described as a catastrophic implosion.
And so it marks the tragic end of a multinational 5-day search for the vessel, which had been missing since it lost contact with its surface support ship on Sunday. And that was only an hour and 45 minutes into the 2-hour dive.
Well, the movie director and submersible expert, James Cameron, said yesterday he wishes he'd sounded the alarm earlier.
OceanGate shouldn't have been doing what it was doing. I think that's pretty clear. I wish I had been more vocal about that, but I think I was unaware that they weren't certified because I wasn't really studying it. I wasn't really interested. Stockton Rush asked me if I wanted to go out there and dive this season. I wasn't interested. This father and son on Father's Day, paid $500,000 to go down in this thing. Holy crap. It's just tragic, and it's horrific, and it's unnecessary. And by the way, it's not lost on me as somebody who's studied the meaning of Titanic. It's greater meaning to us, historically and societally, that it's about warnings that were ignored.
And James Cameron knows his stuff about this sort of thing. Joining us now is our national reporter, Paul Hawkins, who's been keeping abreast of the whole situation. So we said 5-day search, everybody there. What changed things? It's almost as though when that big French robotic thing arrived, that's when they found the evidence.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. We don't know whether it was specifically the Victor 6000 state-of-the-art random operating vehicle, ROVE as they call it, that discovered the debris field initially, but certainly it was only hours after that was deployed to the water that they discovered this debris field. And then a press conference was called for late last night, given by the US Coast Guard, along with some of the other experts that were involved in this search and rescue mission, including this undersea expert.
Essentially, we found 5 different major pieces of debris that told us that it was the remains of the Titan. The initial thing we found was the nose cone, which was outside of the pressure hull. We then found a large debris field. Within that large debris field, we found the front end bell of the pressure hull. That was the first indication that there was a catastrophic event. Shortly thereafter, we found a second smaller debris field. Within that debris field, we found the other end of the pressure hull, the aft end bell, which was basically comprised of the totality of that pressure vessel.
I mean, people clearly looking for answers in the midst of all of this. And there's so many questions to be answered here, Paul, including ones raised, as we saw there, about the safety of this vessel and the fact it wasn't certified. I mean, it just seems to be beyond belief, actually, for something that was going into such dangerous situations.
Yeah, well, OceanGate have always said that we have been open, honest and transparent about Titan. They describe it themselves as it's an experimental vessel, right? That's why we get everyone who books a place on it to sign a waiver. It's at the forefront of deep ocean technology, in the same way that when the car was invented, there were experimental versions until eventually there was an agreed certified standard. So they've been very open with it. Nevertheless, they're absolutely inconsolable about what has happened, and they've issued a statement saying that the company is grieving for the loss of, let's not forget, its co-founder, its CEO, Stockton Rush, who was aboard. He co-founded the company in 2009, then they started running these trips in 2021. In fact, he's married to a woman called Wendy, who's the great-great-granddaughter of a couple who died on the Titanic. We should also talk about, of course, the other victims as well. Shahzada Dawood, 48 years old. Him and his family live in Surbiton in Surrey. He's a Pakistani businessman, went to university in Buckingham. He's a supporter of the Prince's Trust International and the British Asian Trust, two charities that were founded by the King. His son there in the picture on the left-hand side, 19-year-old Suleiman Dawood, was into science fiction, volleyball. He'd just completed his first year at Strathclyde University. His auntie, the older sister of Shahzada, has told NBC that Suleiman had told a relative he felt terrified about the trip but wanted to please his dad. And the family have issued a statement saying, as with any tragedy of this magnitude, it brings out the best and the worst in people. Some go out of their way to contribute and support. Others use these moments for personal gain, but the family say they feel overwhelmed with the love and support that it has received, and it's grateful to those who showcase the best in humanity. Also, Hamish Harding, the 58-year-old billionaire businessman who was on board, visited the South Pole multiple times. He'd been to space. 3 Guinness World Records, including the longest time spent at full ocean depth on the Mariana Trench, where he spent 36 hours there.
What? A long time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Down there.
Yeah, and his family have described him as a loving husband, a dedicated father, a guide and inspiration. A support to his company, Action Aviation. He lived for his family, his business and the next adventure. And they actually say, if we can take any small consolation from this tragedy, it's that we lost him doing what he loved. We know that Hamish would have been immensely proud to see how everyone in the world came together in this search. And then, of course, Paul-Henri Nargeolet, 77 years old, known as Mr. Titanic.
Yeah, he was the absolute expert on the Titanic.
Absolutely, yeah. He'd been visiting it since 1987. He helped retrieve numerous items from the wreckage. His family have called him one of the greatest deep-sea explorers in modern history. When you think of the Titanic, you will think of Paul-Henri. We will remember him most for his big heart, his incredible sense of humour, and how much he loved his family.
OK, Paul, thanks very much indeed. Let's talk to Simon Boxall, who's an oceanographer at the University of Southampton. Morning to you. I mean, what are you taking from what we know so far? Because, I mean, we're being told about a catastrophic implosion, but not getting a lot of other details at the moment.
I think that's all that can be said. There is some report coming out now that the US Navy had picked up a pop. They have a series of listening stations around the US coast. And in fact, scientists have listening stations all over the world. And sound travels so fast and so far on the ocean, they think they picked up a pop, which coincided with the point at which the submersible Titan disappeared. So it's fairly certain that it imploded very early on in the voyage. They will study the wreckage site, looking at the debris field, to work out the spread, and from that they can usually work out whereabouts in the water column it burst. But I mean, it's tragic. You know, the only consoling thing is that it would be instantaneous. The people inside would never have known what happened.
I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult to retrieve any bits of wreckage that tell you anything, isn't it?
No, because I mean they've got. The initial discovery was actually by one of the Canadian ROVs. It's a commercial one. They had about 3 ROVs on site that were capable of doing this depth. That's the robotic vehicles. And they've all got manipulators, and they will be able to pick up quite a lot of the parts to bring back to the surface. And the same way as you get air accident investigations, when you have an air crash, they will then sort of compile the parts they've taken off the seabed, probably not in a hangar, who knows. And then from that, they can start to piece together what might have happened and see whether they can find any sort of faults in the hull itself. But it'll take months. I mean, it's not going to happen sort of quickly. They're going to obviously photograph and survey the area before they start retrieving parts, so they get some idea of the spread of the debris. And then from there, as I said, they're going to recover it. It's testing technology, and it shows how advanced we are now in our technology in the oceans. But yeah, it'll take time, but it is perfectly feasible to collect most of the debris.
What do you make of? I know it's hard to be judgmental at a time when there's been so much, clearly so much tragedy associated with this. But I mean, even reports going back 12 months or so, where the company was saying, oh well, the plexiglass window is made of things that you shouldn't really mix them together, but we've decided to do it anyway, and could have been a point of weakness, perhaps. I mean, it raises some very real questions about what's been going on, doesn't it?
It does, yes. And I think, James Cameron said very sort of clearly that, there are some concerns over this particular construction. There's also concerns about, do we need, we certainly don't need manned submersibles now for exploring and for science in the ocean. ROVs are, now so advanced, they can do so many things. There's nothing that we can do with a submersible with people inside that we can't do better with an ROV. We can leave an ROV down there for days at a time. If we lose the ROV, it's embarrassing and slightly expensive, but we haven't lost any lives. And so, this voyage was very much about tourism. It was sort of in the same way as, there's this new, I think, trend for very rich people to either go up into space or down to the deep ocean. And I guess do we question that? I guess the ocean is international. It's international waters. They were international waters. They're not controlled in this sense by anyone in particular. So they talk about sort of, it wasn't certified, it hadn't been inspected. The question then is, which particular country or which particular organisation is responsible for that? If it was operating commercially out of one of the countries of the world, then it would be regulated to a certain extent by that country. But, the law on this one is very, very vague when it comes to the ocean.
OK, I suppose you'll never stop people doing very dangerous and exciting things. But there you go. Dr. Simon Boxall, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Thank you. I must say the whole enterprise, as it were, the whole mission, reminded me so much of Apollo 13. It was just like that. The idea of men being lost somewhere that was so hostile and so difficult to manage, praying that they would come home. In the case of Apollo 13, we did get them back home.
I suppose the difference is, though, they were people trained for the job, doing a job, whether you agree with it or not, but, doing a job, trying to push the boundaries. And as Dr. Boxall was saying, this is basically tourism for rich people.
Yeah.
And it's not to criticise them for doing it, because if you've got the money, well, why not? But, mind you could say the same about the space thing. And I've been very supportive of the idea of sort of all these companies taking people up into space or to the edge of space. But then we haven't had a disaster, have we? Maybe our views would change if there'd been a disaster.
Well, I was at school when Apollo 13 happened, and the whole school, the whole nation, the whole world was on tenterhooks, much as this has been. And it was a girls' school, and we were all crying our eyes out every day. Got really upset about it, the idea of them not coming home and being lost in space.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they did come home, and then we all threw parties. It was amazing, but sadly, this is a very high price they've paid for their sort of exploring spirit, isn't it?
But at least, as we say, and it's not a nice thought, but at least rather than being down there and running out of air and what have you, which would be horrific, they wouldn't have known this was happening.
No, they wouldn't.
It would have been the pressure. An hour and 45 minutes in, they would have been a couple of miles down. The pressure is so intense, they would not have known what happened. And that's a bit of it's
terribly sad, though, isn't it?
It's a bit of a blessing for the families involved, isn't it? To know that they didn't
That's all
suffer.
they can cling to, I think.
That's all you've got.
But if you're married to somebody, or your dad is one of those sort of people that's always off exploring, climbing mountains, going to the South Pole and all the rest of it, I suppose to a certain extent you've become used to an element of risk, that he might not come back.
Maybe. Could you be talking to someone like Richard Branson or who they do all these sort of things, don't they? And they like that risk and the danger. It is dangerous.
But even James Cameron there has done it a couple of times, and he said, I wouldn't do it again. I'm not interested anymore. Maybe you feel that you've taken the risks you can in one lifetime.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, if you've got any thoughts on that, gbviews@gbnews.com. You will have thoughts on this. Loads of you getting in touch, actually, about interest rates and mortgages and inflation. The PM and the Chancellor are insisting that the government's plan to tackle inflation, don't quite know what that plan is, but anyway, it's the right one.
It's just making us suffer, is it? This comes as the Bank of England has now decided to raise interest rates to 5%, despite warnings that there could be a recession on the horizon.
Well, for homeowners, of course, that means things are looking worse than ever. The average mortgage monthly payment expected to increase by another £50.
Well, Jeremy Hunt is expected to meet with bankers this morning, I think in about an hour's time, isn't he? He's doing a sort of breakfast meeting. He's meeting them to hopefully discuss possible relief for struggling buyers. But can anything they do at this stage be enough? Well, to run us through it all this morning is the owner of Lodestone Mortgages, Craig Fish. Good morning to you, Craig. Although it must be a very frightening morning, I think, for so many people with mortgages.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We've had clients on the phone dropping in emails already saying that they're worried about what this means for them and for their mortgage. And yeah, absolutely right. Quite worrying times out there.
So, I mean, what do you think is going to be on the table at this breakfast meeting today? Because, you know, there can't be a bailout, because that then just throws the whole idea of raising interest rates out the water anyway. So, is it about payment holidays, extending terms of mortgages? I mean, what are the options out there?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's exactly what's going to be on the table. There's obviously options available right now to people that have got a mortgage. You can talk to your bank. They can potentially offer you payment holidays. So, you know, and the hope of the meeting today is that that's not going to affect your future chances of getting a mortgage. The lenders can potentially put you onto an interest-only mortgage for a period of time, so that's obviously going to alleviate a little bit of pain. And there's even extending the mortgage term, you know, just to try and reduce those payments to get us over this little bit of a bumpy ride that we're experiencing right now. But, you know, who knows? Because there was a meeting in the autumn of last year. I think Martin Lewis attended that meeting. We never heard the outcome of it. So it'd be interesting to know if we actually hear the results of today's meeting.
And it's not just people trying to buy their own home. It's also going to knock on into the rental market, isn't it? Because, for instance, one of our viewers, Keith, good morning, Keith, says, I've got 11 rental properties. Each mortgage has gone up £450 per month. I've had to put rents up for the first time in 10 years, and still I'm losing money each month.
Yeah, it's quite frightening. I mean, we deal with quite a lot of buy-to-let landlords that we would class as professional landlords. So, you know, some in excess of 10, 15, 20, 30 properties. And they're all experiencing the same thing. It's quite frightening because up until now, it's just been the homeowners that have been affected. And this is going to have a real knock-on impact with those, you know, the tenants in properties, because the problem that you've got is that it's the affordability testing that lenders do. So when they're working out what you can borrow, the rental income is one of the key driving factors. And if the rental income that you're not charging isn't sufficient to cover the mortgage that you need, that causes a real problem. And some of our landlords are actually saying that we're starting to sell up. We're getting out of the market. We've had enough.
Yeah, actually, I've heard a lot of that. That there's a significant increase in landlords selling their properties, which of course is going to have a huge knock-on effect, isn't it, in terms of actually forcing rental prices even higher, because it's all about supply and demand.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is about supply and demand, and who knows what this is going to mean, because, you know, I imagine there's going to be an influx of properties coming onto the market, and that's potentially going to drive house prices down even further. You know, we're already seeing the drop in house prices. You know, fortunately, year on year, they're still up slightly, but who knows where they're going to be by the end of the year.
So, sorry, to anyone watching at the moment or listening on the radio and really, really worried, should they go ostrich-like and bury their head in the sand and just hope it's all over soon? Or you're shaking your head. Is the best advice simply to pick up the phone to the broker and actually confront the problem?
Yeah, so I mean, surprisingly, a lot of people don't actually know when their current mortgage deal is going to come to an end, believe it or not. So the first thing I would say is dig out your mortgage paperwork, have a look at it, and if you don't understand it, get in touch with your mortgage broker so that they can actually help you through that. Definitely do not bury your head in the sand. That's the worst thing that you can do, because the sooner you confront the problem, the sooner that, you know, a solution can be found. There are things that can be done. You know, your mortgage brokers will be able to advise you based upon your own circumstances, but part of the issue that you've got here is that there's so much turmoil with the mortgage lenders. You know, in many cases, they're withdrawing their mortgage products at very, very short notice, sometimes with no notice. And that creates a problem, because what they're doing is pulling their rates from the market and then increasing their rates based upon these interest rate decisions that we're seeing from the Bank of England. So if you leave it too long, potentially what could have been a reasonable rate today could be a higher rate tomorrow. So don't bury your head in the sand. That's the worst thing that you can do. Just speak to a mortgage broker. There's loads of them up and down the country that would be happy to help. I've got many years experience in this industry, and they will be able to guide you as best as possible based upon your own circumstances.
Yeah, but the problem is it's all about what products are on the market. I mean, back in the day, you got presented with loads of different options. I mean, now it would seem like actually it's quite a limited selection.
I've got to be honest. Yes, there are fewer products out there, but I wouldn't say you're talking hundreds of thousands of fewer products. There's still an awful lot of mortgages to choose from out there. There is a little bit of news that's being spread around at the moment about average interest rates on the 2-year fix being above 6%, and to a certain extent, whilst that's true, we do, as brokers, have issues with that, because, just a couple of days ago, I was quoting a customer at 5.3% for a 2-year fixed rate. So there isn't an average customer, and there isn't really an average set of circumstances. So whilst it's okay to quote average rates above 6%, what you really need to do is not take too much notice of that. Like I said, speak to a broker, because they can look at the whole market and they can advise you on the best deals available to you, which quite often wouldn't necessarily be with your existing lender as well, which, believe it or not, many people think is, I'll just get in touch with my current lender because they'll offer me the best deal, and that's really not the case.
OK. Craig, really good to talk to you this morning. Thanks very much indeed. Pleasure. You do wonder if do you have to pay those fees? I should have asked him. If you move your lender, do you have to then pay a mortgage fee and all that sort of thing? I don't know. Probably. But it's worth looking at. Might save you a whole load of money. Whether you tie yourself into a deal or not, I don't know.
Tie yourself into a deal now, you'd be worried that things might improve, and then you're stuck with a very expensive deal.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
It is.
Anyway, if you're struggling with that, let us know. Phil in Durham says, please stop using terms like people suffering. Most mortgages will be fixed term. This is the market. We need to accept it. Ooh, it doesn't make it any easier, though, Phil.
No.
It doesn't make it any easier if you're trying to deal with it. But anyway, and who's this? Liam in Carlisle says, bought in 2019, 5-year fixed rate at 2.5%, ends in March next year. I spoke to the lender. My payment will be going up by at least £300 based on the current situation. Don't know how I'm going to manage.
By March next year, you might be able to...
Might be better.
Find something better.
Might be better.
I mean,
fingers
one would
crossed.
hope. They're working on this, wouldn't you?
Yeah, fingers crossed. Now, at 7:25, Steph isn't here in the studio today because she's headed off to Glastonbury. We'll bring you all the latest on the festival very shortly. This is GB News.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the people's channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics, and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m, and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Dan Wootton. You can watch me live on GB News Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. And did you know that you can also watch and listen live on our website, gbnews.com. You'll always be up to date on the latest breaking news, as well as enjoying the best stories, opinions and shows. You can even join the debate under our live player as you're watching. So head straight to gbnews.com on TV, radio and online. GB News, Britain's news channel.
7:28. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Good morning to you. Talking about the hot weather and how to keep cool. Mike says, buy a good fan. Should be tall and directional. Some modern fans are very quiet and very energy efficient. And that's what I'm using at the minute.
Just a fan.
Just a fan, and it's great. But the problem is when it gets really hot, like it did last summer...
Then it's just recirculating
It was
air.
just blowing hot air at me.
Yeah.
Which was no good.
Angela says, my family, who live in London, half fill up hot water bottles and freeze them, and then pop them in pillowcases and put them in their beds at night. It's not the same as cool air, though, is it?
No.
Like in a cold water bottle.
And Helen in Derby, see, this is the perils of being a parent. Helen in Derby says, same as Stephen, we've shelled out for 2 aircon units for the kids' bedrooms.
Ooh, lucky kids.
They're too expensive to get one for our bedroom, so if it gets hot, we'll just have to bunk in with them. Oh, you see, that's love, isn't it?
It really is selfless love.
I mean, honestly, yeah, we'll move the kids into one room and then you and the hubby get in the other one. But honestly, I just think it's going to be too much. And I feel awful moaning about the hot weather.
No, it is something we're going to have to learn to live with, isn't it? Because it's very clearly is climate change, and it is getting warmer, as all the experts warned. And so the atmosphere, the climate in this country is going to be generally warmer. And we are going to have hot summers. And while that sounds attractive on the one hand, because I feel guilty coming out of the garden and going into the shade, because I think I would pay good money to go on holiday for sunshine like this, so I ought to be making the most of it. But you feel guilty coming indoors, out of it. I have to build for shade.
Jay's having a whinge this morning about interest rates and things. The old people have paid off their mortgage because they've been paying it for 25 to 30 years, not 2 minutes. We had massive rates, and guess what? No one cared. But as we keep saying...
It was different, I think.
It's different because, although the interest rates were very high,
it
the amount you were borrowing compared to your average income was much lower because house prices were much lower. People say, well, you earn less, but it's the proportion to your income.
I don't quite get that, but I'll accept it if you get it.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I remember having an enormous mortgage.
Yeah.
And worrying about it all the time as well. Yeah.
But we had to. I remember we were really hit by the interest when I was a kid, when the interest rates really jumped up, and it was like a total nightmare.
Tell you what, you should have to do what Stephanie Tetchy is doing at the moment.
Oh yes, what's
erecting
that?
a tent.
Live in a tent. Oh, could do. Yes, she's down at the Glastonbury Festival. Morning, Stephanie. How was night one in the leopard print tent?
I'd like to say it was raw-tastic, Stephen and Anne, but it wasn't. It rained last night, and I actually missed the comfort of my bedroom, actually. But when you're in Glastonbury, it's all worth it, having a bit of that tent life. It adds to the experience of coming here to Worthy Farm for 5 days or so, and it's got a nice community feel here, almost like you make friends with your neighbours. There's a lot of sharing, there's a lot of communication going on, so it all adds to the fun of Glastonbury Festival.
Well, for somebody who had a damp and rather miserable night under canvas, you look so incredibly glamorous to be there in the middle of a tented field.
It comes with the whole hippie vibe of Glastonbury, and you do see so many wild styles in Glastonbury. I did see a man yesterday who was in head-to-toe leather, and I was like, I don't know how he's going to survive for the rest of the days here. He might end up melting away, but here is the best place to make all those style statements.
Well, we might get some style statements from Elton John when he hits the pyramid stage. Everyone's talking about him and his 4 surprise guests.
Yes, Stephen, it is the big talk of Worthy Farm here because it's going to be Elton John's final ever performance in the UK. It's been a long time in the making, and obviously Elton John is someone who isn't someone who does things by halves. He has promised that there will be a big Hollywood star. So there has been a lot of names that have been flown about. I'll give you the 4 names people are talking about. Maybe potentially Britney Spears, Eminem, Dua Lipa, maybe even a rapper called Little Nas X. He's worked with all of these people over the, past few years, and I think for Elton John this is not going to be a performance that he's going to want to be, not for people to talk about, so he does have to bring all the stars out. And sorry, another name, how can I miss her, is Lady Gaga. I'm definitely tipping that Lady Gaga will be on that stage with Elton John. They've had an amazing friendship, and also they've worked together on so much music together, so I definitely think Elton John is going to be the talk of the town at Glastonbury on Sunday. But today it's all about Arctic Monkeys, and we're not actually sure if their performance is going to go ahead because Alex Turner was forced to cancel a performance in Dublin earlier this week due to laryngitis. So we're not even sure if Arctic Monkeys will be headlining the Pyramid stage tonight.
Oh, what did they do to fill in under the circumstance? If that happens, what did they do? Just move all the acts up one? Because I don't know who was the act before the Arctic Monkeys.
Wow, this is quite interesting. So we've got this mysterious act on the lineup called the Churn-Ups. People have no idea who the Churn-Ups are. Rumour has it it's actually the Foo Fighters, because the Foo Fighters have recently been using a lot of Instagram posts where they've been referring to churning and churn-up. So people are having a feeling that maybe tonight we will get a surprise performance from the Foo Fighters, but it's all hearsay. But at the moment we are just waiting to hear if Arctic Monkeys will be headlining today. But one thing I'm liking about this Glastonbury so far, there's a lot of twists and turns, so anything can happen.
How do you find out what's happening? I mean, is there an app? Or how do you find out the latest news from, who's going to appear where?
I've been quite actually impressed because I thought my mobile reception would be quite bad, but Vodafone is this year's technology sponsors for Glastonbury. So most people have an app, so you just plan your day of who you would like to see where, then you get little notifications 15 minutes before. But I feel like I've been on a walking marathon already because it's such a big farm. And to walk from stage to stage with almost 200,000 people all, heading to the same place, it takes at least a good 40 to 50 minutes to get somewhere.
Oh, wow. But you'll be fit as a fiddle by the time you get back, Steph. You enjoy it. We'll catch up with you later.
I don't get festivals. like that.
Not.
Did you go?
No. No. When I was younger,
if John lent me his helicopter, I might pop in and pop out again.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'd want to stay under canvas.
No, I'm too old for that now. I mean, I like camping and things, but not in a field with 200,000 other people and
too much, isn't it?
A queue for the porta potties or whatever they are. Ooh, no, thank you. But Steph's a very brave girl.
I saw a lady
She's
being
younger than
interviewed on
us.
her way in, and she was carrying 2 buckets.
Oh, yeah.
And the reporter said to her, "What are those buckets for?" And I think she looked at him and said, "That's obvious. It's my loo."
Oh.
Mm.
Oh, I see.
She said one was for washing and the other one was for something else.
All right.
And I thought,
Oh.
But that's, serious campers, isn't it?
Oh. Oh, well, never mind. Each to their own.
Yes, exactly.
Should you be heading there today?
Have you ever done a festival?
Then let us know.
Yeah, if you've got any festival stories to cheer us up. We need some bright news today, don't we?
Last time I went to a festival, the Greenbelt Festival, which is 30 years ago, and Cliff Richard was the main act.
Oh, wow.
Go Cliff! I like Cliff.
You'd be a headliner, wouldn't
Sure.
you? He's headlined Glastonbury, hasn't he?
I don't know.
Don't know.
I can't imagine. I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
either.
Anyway, we've got the newspapers heading away. We're going to be looking at the Royals at Ascot.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard. We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often they will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prison.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed. So I guess they've always been quite woke. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel. Britain's news channel.
Nightmare commute. Kick it up a gear with me, Patrick Christys, at drive time, 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+, on the smart speaker app and on the GB News app. And if you've got an Alexa, all you have to say is, Alexa, play GB News. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player apps. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with me, Patrick Christys, on GB News and GB News Radio.
So Jubes and Kerr, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat.
Did you
All
know Kate
sorts
Moss?
of Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
7:41, morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Right, we're joined by broadcaster Liz Kershaw alongside GB News senior political commentator Nigel Nelson, who are with us to look through the papers. So we're kicking off straight away, Liz, looking at the terribly sad news about the Titan submersible.
Well, this story just fills me with horror. I've always had a phobia about the Titanic. I think I can't even look at the pictures of the wreck underwater. I think it's because I watched the film A Night to Remember, black and white, 1958, when I was about 5, and it terrified me so much, and it's the human story of it stuck with me. No, I just can't. I can't even open my eyes in a swimming pool. So the idea of going 2.5 miles into the blackness is just something I couldn't contemplate, and I don't understand it. It's horrific that this vessel imploded and that 5 people lost their lives. I'm very glad that it turned out it was probably instantaneous and they didn't suffer. I found it quite disgusting that when we already knew that they'd lost signal with the mothership, an hour and 45 minutes into their descent, that we were being told it could have got tangled up in the wreckage. No, it couldn't, because it hadn't reached that point. It literally takes a lot longer. It takes longer than that. So that was just unnecessary, ghoulish speculation, and all this speculation about will they be, you know, passing out because of nitrogen poisoning? What will they be feeling at this? It was just absolutely horrible and voyeuristic and wrong. But I just thought, why are we so fascinated still by the Titanic? I've been on 3 tourist submarines in the Caribbean, nothing like the depths of this vessel, but you can see wrecks, you can see...
Yeah, wrecks are all over the place. The sea is full of shipwrecks.
Coral.
It's right everywhere.
Yeah.
Fish. There's no fish 2.5 miles down there. There's nothing to see except this hulk of a ship on which 15 people died. In terror. Now, they did have 2.5 hours to contemplate their own death between the ship hitting the iceberg and it upending, breaking in two and sliding into those icy waters 111 years ago. And I've been thinking this week, what is our continued fascination? Why would people want to go? And it's because it's the ultimate study of the human condition. You had 2,500 people, nearly 3,000 people, on a vessel. They were from all classes, walks of life, occupations, sex, age, and ultimately they all needed the same thing, which was refuge from the sinking ship and the icy waters. And it was mainly decided on class. So it's a snapshot of the age. So if you were a stoker, and one of the stoker's granddaughters has spoken now this week to say it's tasteless, we should leave the sights alone. If you were a stoker, you were shoveling coal to keep the lights on till the very end. You had absolutely no chance of survival. If you were an Astor or another, high-ranking American billionaire, and you were a woman, you were straight.
Yeah,
it was just the jostling, and it brings it home to you. It's like when people talk about the Holocaust, and it's a case of, if your life was in danger by helping others, what would you do? What would you have done? Would you have been able, Anne, to put your own child in a lifeboat and stand there and let it go? No, or your husband.
See, but you explain perfectly why we're so fascinated with it.
We are fascinated.
Yes. And we always will be.
We are fascinated.
And
that explains why people would go on this kind of venture. But I really think now it should stop. And it's a grave that's now claimed 5 more lives. And it should be respected, and we should stop being ghoulish and exploiting it and leave it alone. That includes all, media speculation, great pictures,
Well,
tasteless.
it'll never stop. It'll never stop. And it feels like our mortgage rate rises will never stop either.
Oh, good secret.
I think you can kiss goodbye to cheap money, actually.
Yeah, so what are we likely to get at this meeting, which starts in 15 minutes?
Yeah, well, what we're hoping for when Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, meets the banks is that the banks will try and help people as their mortgages go above 6%. The kind of things they're talking about, I mean, some of the things already happened, but the kind of things is to be able to change to an interest-only mortgage when your fixed rate comes to an end, which obviously in temporary terms helps, but you've still got to pay off...
Delays the inevitable, though.
It delays the inevitable, which is you've got to pay off the house. Some of the other ideas are extending the mortgage period, but again, that is also...
It's going to cost you more money.
Putting off the inevitable. And probably most important is to make sure that people don't get repossessed too early. So something like a 6-month moratorium on repossession. So all those things would help, but I think that we've got to actually knuckle down and know that the idea of having really cheap mortgages probably has gone for a number of years. Largely because...
How many number of years, do you think?
Well, I mean, if you look at the way things were when interest rates were really expensive, say going back to Maggie Thatcher's time, you only needed to borrow twice your annual income to buy a house.
That's
now
right.
you need to borrow 4.5 times.
Yeah.
And it's that which is the problem. So,
which means that if cheap mortgages have gone, it means people are going to have to... It's a nightmare for anyone trying to get on the housing ladder because they'll have to save up 50-60% deposit.
That's right. So because houses are more expensive, it means that you can't buy them till you're older, till you've got that kind of money. It changes the whole nature of society, really.
And we've got to accept that, do you think?
Well, I do think that certainly for the foreseeable future, which means probably the next 4 or 5 years. That
Could a different government do any better, do you think?
That's an interesting point. I think that Labour are not coming up with anything particularly different from the present government. And, you know, this government is right. It's things like COVID disrupting supply lines, it's the war in Ukraine that's caused all this. So Labour would be in the same boat if they're in government.
Except the Tories need to get a handle on this, don't they? Because part of what they're saying about the changing political dynamic at the moment is that young people are not moving more to the right as they're getting older because they're not invested. They have nothing invested because they don't own a property.
Well, Margaret Thatcher was a genius, wasn't she? Because she made everybody into capitalists. Because at one time, you were either conservative and likely to be a property owner, i.e. a capitalist, you owned capital, or you were a Labour voter because all you had to trade in the world was your blood, sweat and tears, your labour. And she said, right, OK, we'll draw in all the working class by selling them the council houses and making them invested in the property market and therefore the economy of this country. And that's how she kept winning elections. Well, it's not working that way now. As you rightly point out, young people aren't being converted from free, idealistic, naive thinkers into, little capitalists.
Yeah.
It's not happening. I don't think that putting a roof over your head should be in the hands of the international globalists and money markets.
No. Let's just very briefly move on to something else, just for a slight change.
OK.
A kipper for breakfast.
Yeah, well, this article is saying, should be eating more fish because it's so nutritious. It's rich in vitamin B12, it's rich in omega acids, fats, whatever, omega-3, whatever. Anyway, yes, we should. And it cites kippers because they're a bit of a joke. Actually, fish is really quite expensive. My friend and I, for instance, had fish and we didn't have chips. We had large battered haddock and mushy peas the other night. For 2 of us from the chippy, it was £17.50. It's not a snack treat, is it?
No, it's not.
But look, kippers, you can still get boil-in-the-bag kippers, and there's enough for 2 in the packet, and they're about £1.20 in all the supermarkets.
Yeah, there's a reason they're £1.20.
I have them 3 times a week, but I did discover the other day...
the entire house out.
No, boil in the bag, clean it up straight away, open all the doors. But I did discover Sainsbury's fresh kippers the other couple of weeks ago. They're twice the price, £2.45. Not salty, not full of dye, absolutely delicious, but really good for you.
Right. Oh, there you go. Sounds
I'm not going to convert you.
Sounds disgusting. But anyway, each to their own. Thank you both. Catch you a little bit later on.
Now, the Prince of Wales is expected to unveil a major campaign on homelessness later this month.
Yeah, Reuben House in Peckham is a key part of Centrepoint's independent living programme, and His Royal Highness is the charity's patron. Cameron Walker paid a visit.
We really can prevent homelessness, and it's a really amazing solution, a practical solution, a tangible solution to how to help young people get back on their feet.
Prince William was just 23 when he chose a charity helping people his own age to get out of homelessness as one of his first patronages. Centrepoint provides housing and support for young people. It wants to end youth homelessness by 2037. And from day one, the future king wanted to help with that mission, according to the charity's boss, Shay Obakin.
Very early on, he expressed a real desire to be a patron that is involved in the cause. He didn't want to use his own words to be an ornament of a patron. He really wanted to get into the guts of the problem and therefore understand for himself what he can do to help.
Scoring.
Last week, His Royal Highness opens 33 new homes for young people at Centrepoint's Reuben House in Peckham. The small flats contain a kitchen, dining area, bathroom and a place to sleep and relax. Rent is capped at just 1/3 of a resident's take-home pay, meaning it's much more affordable than private renting.
It's a way for young people, when they're ready to live independently, to have this kind of opportunity where they can focus on their employment, on their career. They can build their career, they can earn more money, and then they can move on from a place like this.
Centrepoint wants to offer homes to 300 young people in London and Manchester, but an estimated 129,000 16 to 24-year-olds across the country faced homelessness last year. As the Prince of Wales is expected to unveil a major campaign on homelessness later this month. Jordan is 21 and was sofa surfing before finding a home in Reuben House. He thinks Prince William is well placed to help people like him.
He is the most influential person, in my opinion, that will be able to make a difference for the younger generations and the developing generations as well. He himself has children, you know, that are similar age or younger, and kind of empathise a lot more with people my age and empathise with our emotions and our cries for help, you know.
Prince William has already talked to politicians about his homelessness plans by using his official audiences with Housing Secretary Michael Gove and leader of the opposition, Sir Keir Starmer, according to The Telegraph. An indication, perhaps, of just how much the heir to the throne wants to help young people keep a roof over their heads. Cameron Walker, GB News.
And as we were saying earlier, his mother would be very proud, I think, very proud, because she did a lot of work with Centrepoint.
Yeah, I think it's nice. I mean, I quite like that idea of helping people who aren't homeless yet, but you're trying to prevent it.
Trying to stop it.
Prevention is a very good thing. In terms of keeping cool, Roger says, I'm a dinosaur, but I was 23 in 1976 and I survived without sunscreen.
I know, we do load on the advice sometimes in this country, don't we?
We do.
But, you know, it's better than burning.
It is, yeah, you don't want to burn. That just hurts and it's unpleasant.
Put a hat
What's
on.
anything else? Anyway, as the debris of that missing sub is found, what happens next? We'll bring you the latest in just a moment.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. Hot and sunny for some this weekend, but cloudier and wetter for others. Through today and throughout much of Saturday and Sunday, we'll see spells of rain into the northwest of the UK, whilst the heat builds further southeast. In fact, it's a sunny start to the day for East Anglia, southern and eastern parts of England. Some showers will build into the afternoon, but otherwise most places are going to be sunny and increasingly warm. But for Scotland, Northern Ireland, North West England and West Wales, spells of rain turning to showers later in the day. Even where it's raining in the north, temperatures will reach 20 Celsius, but the highest temperatures will be where we've got that unbroken sunshine in the southeast, 28 or 29 degrees the afternoon high. Then into the evening, those spells of rain and showers will continue to move across Wales, Parts of the North Midlands into Northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland. In fact, for central and western Scotland, as well as parts of Northern Ireland, the rain will turn more persistent by the end of the night. It's a breezy night as well, strong winds in the far northwest, and with a lot of cloud cover and increasing levels of humidity, it's going to be a muggy night for sleeping, with some spots not much lower than 17 or 18 Celsius. And that's from the north to the south as well. In the south, first thing Saturday, we're going to see plenty of sunshine. I think across many central and northern areas, there'll be areas of cloud, but it will brighten up into the afternoon after some persistent rain first thing across Scotland and Northern Ireland. And there'll be some showers developing as well across western Scotland and Northern Ireland into the afternoon. Now, these weather fronts clear away for a time on Saturday evening, but further weather fronts move in later in the day, and these will bring, again, further spells of rain into Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England for Sunday. But further southeast, we keep the strong sunshine, and widely across parts of eastern and southeastern England, temperatures will exceed 29 Celsius, perhaps up to 33 in one or two spots.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the people's channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The people's channel.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m, and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Dan Wootton. You can watch me live on GB News Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. And did you know that you can also watch and listen live on our website, gbnews.com? You'll always be up to date on the latest breaking news, as well as enjoying the best stories, opinions and shows. You can even join the debate under our live player as you're watching. So head straight to gbnews.com on TV, radio and online. GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good morning, 8 o'clock on Friday the 23rd of June. Today,
in consultation with experts from within the Unified Command, the debris is consistent with the catastrophic loss of the pressure chamber.
5 people on board the missing submersible exploring the Titanic have died after a catastrophic implosion.
Meanwhile, bosses from the UK's leading banks have been arriving in Downing Street for a mortgage summit hosted by the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt. We'll be live at Downing Street with the latest.
West Ham are expecting both Arsenal and Man City to bid for their £100 million plus rated captain Declan Rice, who's already rejected 2 bids from Arsenal.
And the Royal Highland Show is getting underway with more than 1,000 trade exhibitors taking part. We'll be joined by our reporter Tony Maguire live from Edinburgh.
And are we on track for another heat wave? Aidan McGivern will have the latest.
A significant contrast in the weather emerges over the next few days. Increasingly wet for some, increasingly hot for others. Find out more with the weather forecast in a bit.
I'm Stephen Dixon. Good morning.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
With this hot weather issue, Les in Blackpool says, I had a good buy 2 years ago with ceiling fans on eBay and have got them in every room. A worthwhile investment, sat here lovely and cool.
I love ceiling fans.
Yeah.
Oh, they have a lovely look to them, don't they?
I don't know. I've always found them a bit... I think of them as being a bit 70s and
Oh, no, I always
Spanish.
think of them as being sort of deep south of America.
Oh,
you know,
dear.
where you sat
Yeah.
on the terrace and you still had a ceiling fan.
I suppose.
Oh, no, I love them. Steve in Wigan says, our garden faces south and it's too hot to sit in, so we've splashed out on a pergola, which is being delivered today, to give us some shade and ability to use the garden. I never, ever thought we'd need a pergola in Wigan.
Pat's been...
Climate change for you.
Pat says, my husband and I have slept in our grandkids' big trampoline. Got a good night's sleep.
Wow. Yeah, and it keep the mozzies out. And
I had to sleep. I slept in the garden a couple of years ago and it was really, really hot.
Yeah.
And it was sort of... I mean, it was all right, but you don't sleep as well. Imagine it wasn't on the trampoline.
No,
That'd be
exactly.
quite
It sounds quite good. Lynn in Waddington says, we live in a small barn conversion, so we've got 18-inch thick walls and we can stay chilled in the TV room all day and night if need be.
Oh.
Yeah, you see, that brings back the idea of, have we got to start building for a warmer climate? If you've got good, thick walls, at least you can get cool.
Yeah.
And blinds on the windows.
Yeah.
You know, there's a reason those Mediterranean houses have
yeah.
blinds and all the rest of it.
Liz says you could get a cooling mat for dogs and then put it in your bed.
Yes, you could do that. I've got one of those.
Works a treat, apparently. Well, if you've got a cooling mat for your dog or cat, then definitely try it, because they won't sleep on it. I've got a cooling mat for Timmy. You won't go on it.
No, nor will my dog go on hers, unless I hide it under the cushion, and then that really reduces its efficiency, so...
Anyway, if you've got any top tips, let us know. gbviews@gbnews.com. And it'll give us something to talk about away from our top story, which is just absolutely tragic. It's probably had you gripped all week. But we now know that the 5 people on board the submersible Titan have died after what's been described as a catastrophic implosion.
And so it marks the tragic end of a multinational 5-day search for the vessel, which had been missing since it lost contact with its surface support ship on Sunday. And it was only an hour and 45 minutes into the 2-hour dive.
Well, one man who's an expert on submersibles is movie director James Cameron, and he said he wishes he'd sounded the alarm earlier.
OceanGate shouldn't have been doing what it was doing. I think that's pretty clear. I wish I had been more vocal about that, but I think I was unaware that they weren't certified because I wasn't really studying it. I wasn't really interested. Stockton Rush asked me if I wanted to go out there and dive this season. You know, I wasn't interested. It's just tragic, and it's horrific, and it's unnecessary. And by the way, it's not lost on me as somebody who's studied the meaning of Titanic. It's greater meaning to us, you know, historically and societally, that it's about warnings that were ignored.
Yeah, it somehow seems wrong, because we're only, all of us, just absorbing the awfulness of what we now know has happened. It seems sort of wrong to start throwing blame around or anything. It's a bit early for that, isn't it? Joining us now is our national reporter, Paul Hawkins. Hi there. Because it seems as though now we know that they probably died an hour and 45 minutes into the dive.
Yeah.
So while we've been searching for them all these days, they were long dead.
That's what the preliminary indications show. They're saying they can't establish exactly when it was, but they know they lost communication an hour and 45 minutes into the dive last Sunday. So the working theory is that, yeah, that was when it could have potentially imploded. But of course, they're going to have to retrieve all this debris from the bottom. And the investigation will be similar to those that would investigate an air crash. Yeah, so they'll be looking at that, although, of course, they don't have the black box, which would give you a little bit more information, a lot more information, in fact. So they're going to have to retrieve that debris from the bottom of the ocean. That will be part of the ongoing investigation. In terms of what they have recovered, this was what one of the undersea experts told us at a press conference last night.
Essentially, we found 5 different major pieces of debris that told us that it was the remains of the Titan. The initial thing we found was the nose cone, which was outside of the pressure hull. We then found a large debris field. Within that large debris field, we found the front end bell of the pressure hull. That was the first indication that there was a catastrophic event. Shortly thereafter, we found a second smaller debris field. Within that debris field, we found the other end of the pressure hull, the aft end bell, which was basically comprised of the totality of that pressure vessel.
You know, this is going to sound... I'm aware this will sound awful in a way, but at least the families know. Because there was this danger, wasn't there? That
They might never find it.
They might never find it. It may have drifted 400 miles on the seabed, or all this sort of speculation there was.
Yeah.
At least they know.
They do, yeah. And so there is some sort of closure there, although, of course, they don't have the bodies at the moment. So, when that... not that gentleman, but another one at the press conference was asked about, have you managed to retrieve the bodies? He said, no, it's very harsh, unforgiving environment down there.
Isn't that a way of saying no? We'll not be able to.
Yeah, well, it's possible. Yeah, we just don't know. There could be human remains down there. You just don't know until and those ROVs will continue to scour the bed and collect what they can and bring it to the surface as the investigation continues. I should add, we heard that clip of James Cameron there talking about the design of the sub, the lack of certification, his concerns about it. This morning, Guillermo Sonline has been speaking about those comments by James Cameron. He's a co-founder of OceanGate, which owns the Titan. He left the company 10 years ago, but has a minority stake. He's said that people keep equating certification with safety and are ignoring the 14 years of development of the Titan sub. Any expert who weighs in on this, including Mr. Cameron, will also admit that they were not there for the design, the engineering, the building, and certainly not for the rigorous testing programme that the sub went through. He appreciates it is a tragic loss for the ocean exploration community, but says that anyone who operates in the deep ocean knows the risk of operating under such pressure, and that at any given moment you run the risk of this kind of implosion.
I mean, it's very difficult for him to try and... I mean, you listen to that, so no, they weren't there for the design, the testing, all that, but it's failed.
Yeah.
Catastrophically.
Well, yeah, and one would say...
And it's failed before, hasn't it?
Yeah, and one would say that they've always been very open about this. There are no guarantees, right? They do the best they can to minimise that risk, but they've always said that the sub was experimental. It's at the forefront of deep ocean exploration technology, in the same way that with the space shuttle or with cars or with trains, when you start out with this kind of technology, there is no certification process, right? There will have to be... There are always some kind of
But
failures.
I mean, just as you said there, it didn't have a black box. Even that you think, shouldn't it have had?
Yeah, and it did, and it was sending regular pings back to the mothership, and that's when they lost communication 1 hour 45 minutes in. So that will be part of the ongoing investigation. But to quote Hamish Harding, who was aboard that 58-year-old British billionaire and businessman, he said in the past, my view, when he was asked about the risk of taking these deep sea dives, he said, my view is that these are all calculated risks and are well understood before we start.
Of course they are.
But it was also controlled by a game box controller sort of thing, wasn't it?
So on the face of it, there was a video games controller, and it looked quite simple. We're told that behind that there was still a lot of engineering and investment going on, but clearly something has gone wrong, and that will be the subject of this investigation. At the moment, though, a lot of people are thinking about the victims, though, and their families,
and what they're
going through. Yeah,
no, absolutely, that's the important thing at the moment. Paul, thanks very much indeed.
OK, well, on to something else that's going to concern you. Concerns most ordinary people, actually, is, you know, your mortgage and the cost of living at the moment. We're told right now that the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, is meeting with bosses from Britain's banks this morning because he's going to ask them for more support for us customers.
Yeah, ministers have waded into this unfolding mortgage crisis, piling pressures on lenders to be flexible with those of us who are struggling to keep up the repayments.
And it comes, of course, as the Bank of England raised interest rates to 5% in a bid to tackle inflation, despite growing concerns of a recession.
Well, let's head over to Downing Street. Our economics and business editor, Liam Halligan, is there for us this morning. Look, what potentially is on the table here, Liam?
Morning, Stephen. Morning, Anne. What's on the table is that the Chancellor is going to try and put pressure on some of Britain's leading mortgage lenders, banks and building societies. In number 10 behind me and in number 11, you've got Santander, you've got HSBC, you've got other big lending companies. And I think what's going to happen is this. In light of the fact that the Bank of England just put interest rates up for the 13th time in a row, a big 0.5 percentage point rise yesterday to 5%, which pushes mortgage costs for those coming off those fixed rates and those on variable rates to 6 and even 7% in some cases. The Chancellor is going to be urging the big lenders to show some forbearance, to try and give us, those of us with rising mortgage payments, a bit of leeway. And that leeway, it won't come in the form of direct support from government. Neither ministers nor the Labour Party are suggesting that that's going to happen. But it will come in the form of perhaps allowing borrowers to extend their loans from 25 years to 35 years or even more, to shift easily and without cost from a repayment mortgage to an interest-only mortgage for a period. Maybe even some repayment holidays as well, all of which hopefully won't affect the credit ratings of households who have to move towards those measures. The idea of that kind of forbearance is to keep a lid on the extent to which mortgage costs are increasing. The Institute for Fiscal Studies, the independent economist body, says that the average mortgage borrower coming off a fixed rate deal, 5, 3 or 2 year, moving back to variable rates, having to remortgage when rates are much higher than they were previously, they're going to pay an extra £2,000 to £2,500 a year on their mortgage payments. That's the extra increment, which for pretty much any household is a big chunk of change.
So the Prime Minister and Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, have just sort of taken what the Bank of England have done and accepted it. Have they said any more about what they think the Bank of England did yesterday?
They can't really, Anne. They have to let the Bank of England do their thing because the Bank of England is independent. If politicians started trying to push the Bank of England around and tell them where interest rates should be, financial markets would take umbrage and push the government's borrowing costs even higher because they'd think the government wasn't serious about the Bank of England raising interest rates to get inflation down. This is the conundrum that we're all in. And the Labour Party, of course, are intervening too. They're not saying that we should have direct help for people with mortgages from government coffers. What would people who are renting think about that? Lots of people in this country aren't homeowners. They think that would be unfair, a kind of middle-class welfare, if you will. So both Labour and the Tories, they're not saying they want to directly intervene in the mortgage market or indeed in the Bank of England's decisions to set interest rates. But Labour are trying to put clear water, if you like, between themselves and the government. Rachel Reeves has been saying that while the government is asking mortgage lenders to show some forbearance, the Labour Party in government would require mortgage lenders to show some forbearance. That's a very significant shift in emphasis.
OK, Liam, for now, thanks very much indeed. Back to you a little bit later on. Let's talk to the former Chief Secretary to the Treasury, David Mellor, who's here. Morning to you, David.
Good morning.
I'm sort of reminded of John Major. I'm thinking he was PM at the time, though I may be wrong. He may have been Chancellor. But when there was a similar situation, and he said, well, the issue is there's got to be pain.
Yes.
If there's no pain, it doesn't
no gain
work.
without pain. Well, you know, it's all very well ministers saying that. It doesn't carry much conviction in the public bar of the dog and duck. And I have to say, there is something they can do, and I'm astonished they haven't done it. They could get rid of this conspicuously unimpressive governor, because the reality is this is the 13th increase in a row. I mean, one club golf, I mean, come on. All he does is just get his people to increase interest rates. What good does that do? And to be honest, he is supposed to keep interest rates at 2%. I mean, it's 8.7%.
Yeah, exactly. That's what annoys me. He's the brain at the top of the Bank of England. He's meant to be able to work these things out and be clever, but all he's done is just hike up interest rates.
Exactly. And, you know, you have to say to yourself, if he's supposed to get 2% and it's 8.7%, would it be any worse if you got your dog to do it? I mean, at a certain point...
And we can't vote him out, like the government.
But the government can change him, and I think that he's had a run, perhaps a longer run than he deserved. Because remember, he's always been a controversial character. He's a Bank of England lifer. He was quite controversial in the previous job he was doing about a regulatory role. And I just think... you know, away with him. What use is he? But the problem is, you see, look, there's a real issue here. It's a bit like watching a football team, and the striker's not much good, and the stopper can't stop, and the goalkeeper's got butter fingers. Three people matter in all of this. We've dealt with the governor, who I don't think is up to much. Rishi Sunak is a nice man. I'm sure we'd have a wonderful evening chatting about the world and enjoying the luxury life that he leads. But can I tell you something? He has got to show that he is a proper leader. There is no evidence of proper leadership at the moment. And Jeremy Hunt, I've always had a lot of regard for Jeremy Hunt because he stayed in that health job for years. And, I mean, having been health minister myself for a period, it's the worst job any politician could ever be given. But the thing about Jeremy Hunt is that he never, ever had any experience before he became Chancellor in the Treasury. You know, when I was Chief Secretary and my boss, the Chancellor, was Norman Lamont, Norman had been involved in finance and Treasury issues all his career. At a certain point, you cannot just take a brief from your officials and just implement it. So three people, none of them especially distinguished, dealing with any of this.
Why is it the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have said, you know, what we're pursuing on inflation is the right policy and we're going to stick to it? Because I don't know what they're doing about inflation.
No, I mean, how can they stick to a policy where they've consistently been more optimistic than is justified? I think this is quite serious now. I mean, a couple of months ago, I felt maybe the Tories were in with a prayer because, you know, having been one of those swept out of Parliament in 1997 when the Tories lost more than half of their seats, then you had Tony Blair, who people believed in. I don't think they believe in Starmer. But the point is, it's not so much what the opposition is going to do, it's what the government is doing. This is an unimpressive government, and Sunak has got to remember that if he cannot impress people with the force of his personality, what's the point of him?
What would you do then at the moment if you're criticising the Bank of England governor for putting up interest rates yet again? Would you have kept them or even reduce them? And what would you want the government to do as well, just to make life easier for ordinary people?
Well, it's like the person travelling in Ireland who says, how do I get to Dublin? And the Irishman says, well, sir, if I were you, I wouldn't start from here. Why did they allow him to increase interest rates earlier on? Why did he not increase interest rates earlier on? Why was he allowed to really be overwhelmed by this problem without apparently grasping that it was a problem? I think that rise in interest rates is not the answer to this, and other things have got to be explored. And, 8.7%, and he's supposed to keep interest rates at 2%. I'm sorry, but, that is a failing grade, and the danger is what it looks like is that neither the Prime Minister nor the Chancellor have got a clue. They're waiting for something to turn up.
Well, this morning they're sort of begging the banks to be gentle with us.
I mean, come on. Banks, gentle with us. I mean, you've got to be pretty young and inexperienced to believe that. So, sorry.
No, I was going to say the other issues is, I know it's looking longer term than we want to, but as you say, if you think this is going to finish or could finish the Tories off in government, you've got to ask, what would Labour do differently? Is there anything in the armament that they could use to do things differently?
I think that one of the things you have to ask yourself is the rise in interest rates suppresses economic activity. But when there's plenty of evidence that actually actually inflation is on its way down, even if it's more sluggishly on its way down in the UK, just increasing interest rates in the ritualistic way that they do is itself damaging the prospects of an economic recovery. I just wish I saw somebody there who was on top of the game. When I think of I think of my bosses in this regard. I mean, Nigel Lawson was a brilliant man. Norman Lamont never got much credit, but Norman Lamont was hugely experienced. This is like watching Manchester United team doing their best to kick the ball around. And I say this as somebody I'm an admirer of Sunak's. I certainly would have voted for him if I'd had the option every time he stood for leadership. But he's now got to raise his game, and there's precious little evidence that he either understands that or is capable of doing it. This is bad news for him, appalling news for him, and bad news for the Tory party. And if you believe that Labour hasn't got the answers, bad news for the country as well.
OK. David?
Somebody's got to have the answers, haven't they?
Have they?
Somebody's got to have the answer to this.
What needs to happen is they've got to have a new... I mean, look, to have a governor who's basically a sort of second-rank lifer at the Bank of England, they needed to bring someone in with more imagination and more flair. Just saying, the doctor saying, oh, well, when I gave you 5 pills to take every day, it wasn't working. So take 10 now, and if that doesn't work, I'll give you 20. Just not a viable policy.
OK. David, we've got to leave it there. Good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. If you've got a view, I'm sure you have, GBviews at gbnews.com.
Plenty more to come, including all the sport with Aidan McGee, because it's Ascot, of course, today. This is Breakfast on GB News.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard.
We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think. Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often they will be difficult stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in their home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prisons? I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Nightmare commute. Kick it up a gear with me, Patrick Christys, at drive time, 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+, on the smart speaker app and on the GB News app. And if you've got an Alexa, all you have to say is, Alexa, play GB News. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player apps. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with me, Patrick Christys, on GB News and GB News Radio.
So Jubes & Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real, robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat. Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Yeah, it's 8:26. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Good morning to you.
Good morning. It's 26 minutes past 8, and there's a lot of sport around today, so Aidan's here to tell us all about it, including Ascot as well, of course.
Yes.
But we're not looking at Ascot, are we?
Well, no, we're not. We'll do that a little bit later on, but let's talk Declan Rice, should we?
Absolutely. Can I just on Ascot? Can I just say I gave away my ticket. I've got tickets for premium tickets tomorrow. I gave them away because I can't get out of here until 12 o'clock, and GB News comes before a jolly Ascot.
Because you'd never get there if you.
Yeah, exactly. The trains are not great either. No, Declan Rice. Listen, it emerged last night. Big story. This because it looked for all the world as if he's heading to Arsenal. Yeah. We know that Man United have been sniffing around for a while. This is a player who he could become one of our first £100 million players. I mean, we had Jude Bellingham obviously going to Real Madrid the week before last, but
hang on a minute, I'm lost. Who does he play for now?
Plays for West Ham United. So they won a European trophy 2 weeks ago. Right. He started off as a youngster as Chelsea. I watched him play as a centre-back 5 years ago. I couldn't imagine that he would develop into the player that he's become. He's hugely charismatic. He's the embodiment of West Ham at the moment. They'd be sad to see him go, but they did have a deal with him to say that, you know, he's given us good loyalty. He's actually relinquished £10 million in salary by not accepting West Ham's latest contract offer a couple of years ago, just to leave him free to make this move. Anyway, it looks as if Arsenal were in the bump seat. This is the problem when you do your dealings through the press, Anne, because everyone knew what Arsenal were bidding. They went in with bids, player plus cash, that kind of stuff. They went back and forth. West Ham were always very clear they wanted £100 million, whether that be a front-loaded deal of £80 million plus a player, or whether it was, you know, they wanted an overall package worth around £100 million. Manchester City come in late last night. They've been watching this very, very closely. They've lost 2 players recently as well. Just last week, two key players having won the treble. And they see Declan Rice as someone at the age of 24 that Pep Guardiola can really get hold of and push on to even a greater level than he's playing at now. And £100 million, you just, like, I've sat here so many times and in other places I've worked, and we looked at transfer fees and we thought, wow, how can anyone be worth that much? But you know what, a couple of years down the line, sometimes that looks like good value. It looks cheap. People are saying now £50 million looks like a snip. Can you imagine that? You know, crazy. So look, I don't think it's done yet. I think the pull of London will have something to do with it. I think that I've spoken to many managers down the years, and they say that if they're working for a London club and they're going for a player, and then somebody from another part of the country wants them, the pull of London does make a big deal.
Yes, I can imagine it does.
Declan Rice is from Surrey.
How old is he?
24.
Yeah.
He's got his family. I think he's got a family now.
He's got a family, or has
he? Has, yeah. That makes it.
Yeah, the pull of London will be big.
It does,
unless
exactly.
they're sort of hard and fast Northerners or something.
Yeah, exactly.
They want to live in a
the headlines.
Yeah, come on, Manchester's fantastic.
It is. I agree. Once you get there, you realise it.
But if you've already been living there and you love Manchester, then that would be.
Oh yeah, it can work in reverse. It can work in reverse
yeah.
as well. But some great headlines as well late last night. I think it got into the first editions. We got Dex and the City. That was in the Mirror. That's amazing. We didn't get any duplication either. Normally, you get Rice Baby, and that's about it. But with Express, City hit the deck, and then on the back of the Star, and they're in the same stable, the Express and Star, so they normally copy each other's headlines. But it was Rice Scream, and then in the Sun we saw Dex Appeal.
That's very good, Dex Appeal.
But look, it's not done yet. We're still early in the transfer window, but I don't think Arsenal are completely out of it. Yeah, I think he prefers to stay at Arsenal, but with Manchester City coming in last night, I think that's a game changer because of the treble winners. He would go there with almost a guarantee of winning trophies. He might be rotated a bit more, he might not play as much, whereas Arsenal's pull would be, yes, the London factor is important. The manager really, really wants him, and he's wanted him for many months now. And he'd probably go in as captain. He's also going to play and be a mainstay of their side. So it's a big decision to make. You think that because City have got the money and they've got the pedigree of winning trophies of late, that they would be in the bump seat. But I wouldn't rule out Arsenal just yet.
When will we know? When will he decide?
Don't know. I mean, the thing is, clubs like to get business done early. They don't want to be. You don't want to be one of those clubs who's doing business in August. Now, this is not going to drag on until August. It's not, because we're already in June and we're in silly season already. So I think they want to, once they get onto pre-season and once they start reporting back in the early weeks on the early part of July, they'll want their squads relatively settled. So I think we'll see a resolution in a week. Man United are not completely out of it. Bayern Munich in Germany have been watching the situation very closely as well. So this is a player in high demand. But I think we'll see. In the next 7 days, I think we'll know.
OK. Let's talk about the Ashes. Good news for Australia, and yet, perhaps now the criticism's already coming in, perhaps we're a bit too defensive. Yeah, no,
it's Ollie Robinson claiming that Australia were too defensive, which is a strange thing to say, given that they won. They won the
only
test.
by 2 wickets.
Yeah, I know, but it was a fascinating clash of styles. I did think England had done enough, and then obviously that partnership between Nathan Lyon and Pat Cummins, the captain. Pat Cummins is an inspirational captain, every bit as inspirational as our own Ben Stokes. Ollie Robinson was criticised for over-celebrating in the face of Australia's Usman Khawaja. He escaped any punishment, or I say avoided any punishment for that. Escaped implies that he was guilty, but no, he avoided some punishment for that. I just thought it was a bit daft over-celebrating when the bloke's just got 141 runs, you know? So he's taken too long to get out. Yes, he's a very talented batsman, Khawaja, but look, 28th of June is when we're underway, next Wednesday.
Where is that?
That's at Lord's. So the first one was at Edgbaston, absolutely right. So look, it's shaping up to be a fabulous summer, and as I said, the decks are cleared now. I mean, that's no reference to Declan Rice, of course. But everything's cleared now. You know, we've got Wimbledon coming up, but we have it's not the same. Wimbledon's not the same when you haven't got Andy Murray fighting at the top end. And so I think we'll see. This is a vintage Ashes summer, and there's a little bit of arrogance around England. I just hope it's not misplaced. That's all, because this Bazball thing is about being on the offensive. Maybe they remind me a little bit of the Australian side of 20 years ago, even though Australia tended to win routinely every year or every 2 years. Yeah.
Oh well. Can we just finish off just quickly? About another fight, which maybe... I mean, honestly, I don't know what to make of this. Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah,
well, look,
does this even happen?
Yeah, they do. But this is going to happen more and more. You know why it's happening? Is because we're not seeing the professional boxers fighting the fighters we want them to fight. How long have we been waiting for AJ and Fury to take place? How long do we wait for Manny Pacquiao to fight Floyd Mayweather? And so there's a vacuum there.
What's happened here then?
Well, it was a spat on Twitter basically. I mean, you see this quite a lot, to be honest, and people challenge each other to fights, and then a promoter, Dana White, has said that she can maybe get this one up and running. Elon Musk, again, social media doyens, aren't they? Yeah. Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, to fight each other.
Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Yes, they do. So, but there's a vacuum there that they'll have seen in the last 2 or 3 years. People who are not boxers. We saw the Jake Paul one earlier this year, obviously, and that made a hell of a lot of money for people. You know.
So are they seriously that they're going to do it?
Possible, yeah. I wouldn't. I would suggest that they are testing the water right now to see what the interest is. If there's significant interest and people want to see it,
Well, there would be, wouldn't there?
Exactly. It's like the episode of Friends when Chandler got with who was the dark-haired one? I can't remember. But the audience liked it more than the producers actually expected, and so they followed through with the story. And I think this is the same thing happening now. They're testing the water just to see if there's a bite on it. And I think you might see the fight later this year. But as I say, there's in pro boxing, and pro boxing, as Gareth A. Davis pointed out to us a few months ago when he was on the show, he said that there's a vacuum there because we're not seeing the fights we want to see, but people want to see boxing. And there are people ready to step into that void. Obviously, these two wouldn't be doing it for the money, but that doesn't mean that serious money won't be made.
Yeah.
By somebody.
I don't know what to make of it, really.
It's daft.
I think it's a bit daft. Aidan, thanks very much indeed.
Good to see you.
It's almost a bit school playgroundy, isn't it?
Very. But people love that.
Yeah, well, they do. They do.
Little boys.
Sue in Cheshire's been in touch. A friend of mine has mobile homes that they rent out and rents a lot of his fleet out for Glastonbury, loo and shower included. Is that more acceptable for Stephen, perhaps? Well, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, in a way. But the problem with that is it's not just that, it's Glastonbury itself, right? Yeah. Because I'm trying to find where's the list of who's on at Glastonbury? Here we go. Maisie Peters, the Churnups, which we think is the Foo Fighters, Crepton Conan, Fred again, Kellis, the Courtineers and Fever Ray. Apart from the Foo Fighters, I've never heard of any.
No, I know. But if you were a serious festival goer at the moment, you would.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. But, I mean, it's just, Cliff Richard was on, I'd go and see him.
Cliff Richard has said that he won't ever do Glastonbury. He thought about it at one point, but he's been to see a couple of friends doing Glastonbury, and he said the sound quality is so appalling he wouldn't do it.
Oh.
I suppose that's a good way of covering up the fact that you haven't been asked.
Well, yes, possibly.
Is it?
Possibly. But there you go. No, I know. So even with a nice motorhome, I don't think I'd do it now. But there you go. Thanks for the ideas, Sue in Cheshire.
It's the only way, just in case you're watching Elton. That's the only way I'm going to do Glastonbury.
Yeah, oh, well, there you go. Let us know, Elton. This is GB News Breakfast. We've got all your top stories in just a second.
First and foremost, I'm a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the People's Channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing. We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching. Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics, and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m, and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before
and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us. From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Dan Wootton. You can watch me live on GB News Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. And did you know that you can also watch and listen live on our website, gbnews.com. You'll always be up to date on the latest breaking news, as well as enjoying the best stories, opinions and shows. You can even join the debate under our live player as you're watching. So head straight to gbnews.com on TV, radio and online. GB News, Britain's news channel.
20 to 9, this is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Morning to you.
Morning, and we're looking through the newspapers now with broadcaster Liz Kershaw and GB News' senior political commentator Nigel Nelson, who are with us again. Thank you very much. Liz, start with this BBC story over the Martin Bashir scandal, because this fascinates me.
Yeah, I worked at the BBC for 35 years, and just let me say, before any Twitter warrior wades in and says, oh, she's just bitter because she doesn't work there anymore, all the time I was there, I tried to raise issues, including Jimmy Savile. Anyway, that's probably why I'm no longer there, because I rocked the boat. But the BBC, I think the licence payers should know, if there are any watching GB News, because presumably they prefer GB News to the BBC. But there's BBC management used to be full of charming, well-do, good, people who were sort of, oh, I don't understand what you're doing, but you're doing very well, so carry on. And once a year, you get called in for a glass of red wine and a piece of cheese. Now it's full of career suits. And they seem to exist, I formed this opinion over about 25 of the years that I was there, to serve themselves. It's like a club that the people who actually make programmes don't actually belong to. Anne's nodding vigorously. And there's this whole cabal which seems to be set up to protect each other and each other's backs and each other's jobs. And we saw this with Savile. Nobody did anything at the time. Then when it came out, when he died, there was like a massive campaign to preserve Mark Thompson, the then Director General, Teflon Thompson, who was shipped off to the New York Times on $8 million a year to run that. Nothing stuck. There's been so many other scandals. This thing about Diana and Martin Bashir, we all know it was so horrific that the royal family, who never explained, never complained, actually waded in and more or less said, along with Earl Spencer, Martin Bashir's actions led indirectly to the death of Diana, being divorced, no longer a member of the royal family, not having royal protection, dying in a high-speed car in Paris. And a couple of years ago, on the 25th anniversary, the questions were started to be asked more about Martin Bashir's role in this scandal after Earl Spencer waded in. And the BBC said, oh, we have no documentation, we can't find these emails, we can't find this letter from Diana, we can't find these documents. Well, can you talk to Martin Bashir? Oh, we can't, he's had COVID, he's not fit to speak. And then the Telegraph's now reporting that the Freedom of Information Act was put in and hundreds of emails have had to be produced by the BBC. And it shows that they were having a very detailed dialogue with Martin Bashir at that very time when he was off sick, seen going out for a takeaway and a bottle of wine, seen in a nightclub, and he was actually answering their BBC's inquiries in detail, and his own spokesman now says that Martin completely cooperated with the BBC in 2020.
So they've been hiding behind
so the
this
management
ruse
have
that he was too
lying.
ill to speak to.
The management have lied. They were speaking
to protect these integrity of the BBC.
To protect the managers who were there at the time and the managers who were still there and somewhere linked to it, and just to protect the BBC's reputation. They're self-serving and they should be serving the licence payer. I had an experience on the funeral of Diana when I was reporting for 5 Live, which made me cry in the car on the way home, because I actually realised then that everything you see isn't the truth. And then on that day, there's no time to go into details yet, but I wrote a whole book about this, and I was told to report what wasn't happening, but they had a preset agenda of the day that they wanted this to be what was happening around the country. I said, I can't report that because it's just not what's happening, it's not the truth. Well, don't bother coming back if you don't bring us that. And that was a real wake-up call for me. So I'm just saying, this is going to get murkier because now questions are being asked by MPs.
Yeah. Well, I hope they go ahead and ask more questions, because the BBC's culpability in all of this is certainly needs questioning, cross-examination.
Agreed.
Doesn't it?
Let's talk about a potential of having Lord Blair and Lord Brown.
Indeed. I mean, they, as former Prime Ministers, they're entitled, really, to have a peerage, but it hasn't come their way. But Keir Starmer is now talking about the idea of making them peers. The reason for this is he needs to create somewhere in the region of 100 peers to outnumber the Tories in the House of Lords. He's got in a bit of a pickle over this one, because what the Labour leader is saying is he will abolish the House of Lords in the first term. I don't believe this is going to happen at all, and it's more likely that the Lords will just simply carry on, and he will, over several sessions, assuming he becomes Prime Minister for long enough, create those 100 peers to redress the balance that they have there.
I mean, this highlights the issue with Keir Starmer, isn't it? People don't believe what he's saying.
Well, I mean, I think that on this one, certainly it's a bit peculiar, because the logic just doesn't hang up. If you're going to abolish the Lords, abolish the Lords. But it is so complicated and so difficult to do. A lot of people have had a look at it. They don't reckon it's a good idea. It can even threaten the monarchy, because the hereditary principle would go. But something's got to be done about the Lords. It's still the largest legislature in the world, bigger than the China's People's Congress. So you really need to actually try and slim this one down.
Why aren't Tony Blair and Gordon Brown already in there?
Well, I presume they decided they didn't want to be.
They must have turned it
down.
They
must have turned it down, because I mean, it's not an automatic thing, but it's pretty much automatic. If you're a former Prime Minister or a former senior cabinet minister, you kind of always get to the Lords. So I'm assuming they thought, we might have more influence outside, don't want to be involved in taking the party whip, that kind of thing. And that's why they didn't do it. Maybe they'll turn it down this time round. Maybe.
You never know. Let's have a look at the youngest boy band ever performing at Glastonbury, Liz, in The Guardian.
I love this story. I've got to be in my bonnet about bands, proper bands with guitars and drums and playing real instruments, not just for the type of music sound that produces, which I love. I'm going to see Guns N' Roses next Friday in Hyde Park. I saw Bruce last week.
Oh, did you?
Did you? Springsteen. Yeah. He's not a personal friend of mine. and there's a sort of decline in this. It's not just about the music, it's about kids getting together and making music rather than somebody sitting in the bedroom on their own with a computer. And this kid is... Ellie Crossley is a member of a band called Askew, and they're playing the Glastonbury Festival because he played at a school function. And this guy, John Turner, who goes back with me 35 years to Radio 1 and record companies, is now a big shot at Island Records, and he was in the audience for this school musical performance because he's got a kid there. And he was really impressed, and he saw that Ellie's dream was to play at Glastonbury. So he contacted the Eavis family who run Glastonbury, and these kids have never played a gig, but they've been given they were given a studio to practice in, and it's a great opportunity. And Eli says, kind of hope this we'll be able to record an album. I think we've got enough songs to do that. That would be the dream, and then we'd like to play more gigs and maybe play Glastonbury again. Well, of all the commercial rubbish that parts of Glastonbury has become, it used to be kind of hippie deal. It was started as a free festival in 1971 with David Bowie. It's now, huge sponsorship thing and everything else. it'd be so nice and refreshing to see these.
How old are they?
Kids, about 13.
Oh, my goodness.
These kids
What
playing on the stage at Glastonbury. So if you're there, if you're going,
go and see them and
cheer them along. Or I hope they get featured on the BBC coverage.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
It's a nice peg, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's just have a look at the Daily Star, Nigel. We could be heading towards 40-degree heat again this year.
That is what the paper is saying, which obviously, as you've been complaining about the heat last year in your home, that this is going to get even worse, Stephen. I mean, I think that this sort of high temperatures are going to be something constant, that scientists are now saying we're about to, next year, go over the 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, which is the target that was set for to stop climate change. So although we won't suffer hugely in this country in the same way that other places are, where the Inuit will start falling through the ice in Greenland and Pacific Islands will suddenly be flooded, we are going to get...
We're going to get warmer, aren't we?
We're going to get warmer, long heat waves, more rainfall, more wildfires. We're going to notice it, is the point.
Yeah, we are.
We'd be able to grow vines in our back garden.
Yeah, like the Romans did, because it was hotter then.
It was, yeah.
All right, lovely. Thank you both, Nigel, Liz. Thanks very much indeed. Let's just take you straight up to Edinburgh, should we? The Royal Highland Show is getting underway, and our Scotland reporter, Tony Maguire, is there for us. Morning, Tony.
Good morning. Yes, something of a dreich day here in Edinburgh after the days and days of endless sunshine, but that hasn't deterred all the people of Scotland and some international voices I can hear in the crowds as well descending on Edinburgh for this year's show. Today is day 2 of the 4-day show. Quite frankly, Scotland's largest show of this type. A real celebration of both Scotland's larder and produce and the agriculture and farming. So, you know, what can visitors expect here today, and certainly what can viewers expect me to show them from the dry comfort of their own home? Well, we're going to have the Grand Parade a little later on, and certainly we're going to have some VIPs here today. Princess Royal was scheduled to be here a little later on today. I certainly hope she brought her brolly. First Minister Humza Yousaf, he will be along as well later in this morning to announce Scotland's new food and drink strategy, and surrounded certainly by hundreds of the country's best producers on everything really, from vegetables to packaged goods and meat, of course. I know he's going to be working quite closely with some of the meat quality competitions today as well, and certainly having some discussions with journalists about the future of Scotland's food and drink strategy and why the Scottish Highland Show is certainly the best place to really explore that with members of the public. Of course, it's not all work. There's the Great Highland Hoolie a little later on, quite a spectacular dance festival this evening. I don't know if I'll still have the legs on it for that point for my dashing white sergeant or my line dancing boots on today, to be honest. I think they might be a bit sodden by then, but certainly quite interested to see a lot of the cattle. We're going to have quite a lot of various breeds here today, you know, and it's a really big family day out and a huge celebration, so certainly the crowds have lots to look forward to today.
Should be wonderful. Tony, thanks very much indeed.
Hope the sun comes out for you.
Dashing white sergeant. Wow.
I used to love big agricultural shows because
yeah.
when you're a young reporter on TV station or local radio or something, you're always sent out to cover them, aren't you? Just as he is doing there. And the Royal Show I used to do so often in Birmingham area, Warwick. Kenilworth it was, wasn't it, the Royal Show? And always rained. So I was always standing there doing pieces to camera with big brollies. But it's par for the course. You just invest in a pair of wellies.
I just love seeing the cattle.
Absolutely brilliant.
Love seeing the cattle. I like
and all the craft
cattle.
stalls as well, I like.
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
If you go in there, let us know. If you've got plans for keeping cool, let us know. Janet in Sunderland. Hi, Janet. When it's really warm, I sleep downstairs on the sofa or a blow-up mattress, because my bedroom gets unbearable.
Yeah.
Works a treat.
Isn't it noticeable in this weather when you go downstairs, suddenly it's cooler?
Yeah.
You go upstairs again and it's like, oof.
Well, if you're getting hot under the collar, you might get even hotter when you think about your mortgage rates going up. The PM has summoned all the top bankers to Downing Street. They're meeting right now to try and sort this mess out. We'll bring you all the details.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. Hot and sunny for some this weekend, but cloudier and wetter for others. Through today and throughout much of Saturday and Sunday, we'll see spells of rain into the northwest of the UK, whilst the heat builds further southeast. In fact, it's a sunny start to the day for East Anglia, southern and eastern parts of England. Some showers will build into the afternoon, but otherwise most places are going to be sunny and increasingly warm. But for Scotland, Northern Ireland, northwest England and West Wales, spells of rain turning to showers later in the day. Even where it's raining in the north, temperatures will reach 20 Celsius, but the highest temperatures will be where we've got that unbroken sunshine in the southeast, 28 or 29 degrees the afternoon high. Then into the evening, those spells of rain and showers will continue to move across Wales, parts of the North Midlands into northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland. In fact, for central and western Scotland, as well as parts of Northern Ireland, the rain will turn more persistent by the end of the night. It's a breezy night as well, strong winds in the far northwest, and with a lot of cloud cover and increasing levels of humidity, it's going to be a muggy night for sleeping, with some spots not much lower than 17 or 18 Celsius. And that's from the north to the south as well. In the south, first thing Saturday, we're going to see plenty of sunshine. I think across many central and northern areas, there'll be areas of cloud, but it will brighten up into the afternoon after some persistent rain first thing across Scotland and Northern Ireland, and there'll be some showers developing as well across western Scotland and Northern Ireland into the afternoon. Now, these weather fronts clear away for a time on Saturday evening, but further weather fronts move in later in the day, and these will bring, again, further spells of rain into Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England for Sunday. But further southeast, we keep the strong sunshine, and widely across parts of eastern and southeastern England, temperatures will exceed 29 Celsius, perhaps up to 33 in one or two spots.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Fridays from 8, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard. We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often there will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed. So I guess they've always been quite woke. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Nightmare commute. Kick it up a gear with me, Patrick Christie's, at drive time, 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+, on the smart speaker app and on the GB News app. And if you've got an Alexa, all you have to say is, Alexa, play GB News. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player apps. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with me, Patrick Christie's, on GB News and GB News Radio.
So Jubes and Kerr, we tackle the issues of the day with real, robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat. Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It's 9 o'clock on Friday, the 23rd of June. Today,
in consultation with experts from within the Unified Command, the debris is consistent with the catastrophic loss of the pressure chamber.
5 people on board the missing submersible exploring the Titanic have died after a catastrophic implosion.
Meanwhile, bosses from the UK's leading banks have been arriving in Downing Street for a mortgage summit hosted by the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt. We'll be live at Downing Street with the latest.
A primary school in a Welsh seaside town is in the running for a Global Education Prize. We'll find out why with some of their students a little bit later on.
And will you have a robot doing your meals for you, actually cooking them? We'll be speaking to an inventor who's made it a reality.
Sounds intriguing.
It's going to cook as an omelette.
Oh, very nice too. Mind you, is it too hot for an omelette? Are we going to have another heat wave this weekend? We'll get the latest from Aidan McGivern.
A significant contrast in the weather emerges over the next few days. Increasingly wet for some, increasingly hot for others. Find out more with the weather forecast in a bit.
Morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ann Diamond. And this is Breakfast on GB News.
Well, let's start with the news that we now have confirmation that the 5 people on board the submersible Titan have died after what was described as a catastrophic implosion.
And so that marks the tragic end of a multinational 5-day search for the vessel, which had been missing since it lost contact with its surface support ship on Sunday, only an hour and 45 minutes into the 2-hour dive.
Well, someone who's been commenting is the movie director James Cameron. Now, he is actually a submersible expert, and he said he wishes he'd sounded the alarm about this company a little bit earlier on.
OceanGate shouldn't have been doing what it was doing. I think that's pretty clear. I wish I had been more vocal about that, but I think I was unaware that they weren't certified because I wasn't really studying it. I wasn't really interested. Stockton Rush asked me if I wanted to go out there and dive this season. You know, I wasn't interested. This father and son on Father's Day, you know, paid $500,000 to go down in this thing. Holy crap. You know, it's just tragic, and it's horrific, and it's unnecessary. And by the way, it's not lost on me as somebody who's studied the meaning of Titanic. It's greater meaning to us, you know, historically and societally, that it's about warnings that were ignored.
Well, joining us now is our national reporter, Paul Hawkins, who's been keeping an eye on this for us. And James Cameron isn't the first to actually express such worries about about the company that made this?
No,
Titan?
we know from court documents filed in the US that previous employees have raised concerns about some of the engineering of the Titan. I'll come to those concerns in just a moment, actually, and we'll hear from the co-founder, one of the co-founders of OceanGate, the company that own the Titan. He's left the company, but we'll hear from him addressing some of those concerns in a minute, and also paying tribute to Stockton Rush as well, the CEO of the company, who was on board. But just to give a little bit more detail about exactly what they found yesterday, it was a field of debris about 500 metres from the wreckage of the Titanic. There was a press conference held around about 8 o'clock last night, and this was one of the undersea experts giving their take on what they discovered.
Essentially, we found 5 different major pieces of debris that told us that it was the remains of the Titan. The initial thing we found was the nose cone, which was outside of the pressure hull. We then found a large debris field. Within that large debris field, we found the front end bell of the pressure hull. That was the first indication that there was a catastrophic event. Shortly thereafter, we found a second smaller debris field. Within that debris field, we found the other end of the pressure hull, the aft end bell, which was basically comprised of the totality of that pressure vessel.
So what's being said then, Paul, about the company by this co-founder?
Yeah, so this is Guillermo Sonline, who's one of the co-founders, left the company, still a minority stakeholder. He's been weighing in on those comments by James Cameron. I'll address them first of all. He said, anyone who weighs in on this will also admit that they were not there for the design of the sub, for the engineering of the sub, the building, or the rigorous testing programme the sub went through. He was, before James Cameron made those comments, he was speaking to Dan Wootton last night, both about Stockton Rush and paying tribute to him, the CEO of the company, and also those concerns about the engineering. This is what he had to say.
I first met Stockton in 2008, and then we co-founded OceanGate in 2009. I was immediately drawn to him because he's one of the most intelligent people I've ever met. Talented aerospace engineer, a passionate explorer. He was very committed to pushing the bounds of humanity's knowledge of the world's oceans, in large part so that we could preserve the ocean. And he was an incredible human being. Well, I think it's premature for anybody to speculate on what happened. It's going to take days, weeks, months to collect data and analyze the data and try to figure out what happened. Right now is more a time to mourn the loss of the crew members and to preserve their legacies, and there will certainly be a time for making these kinds of assessments in the future.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm worried. I've been worried all morning. I'm saying things that are out of turn. It worries me slightly when people like that are saying, well, these just incredible people are trying to preserve the ocean and trying to... Well, they're providing a service for thrill seekers, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, not that that's necessarily... That's not a bad thing in and of itself, but to try and paint it as something else after the fact...
They're also pushing the boundaries of the science as well, aren't they?
Are they?
Enabling to do that, yes.
Yeah, pushing the boundaries of exploration. I mean, these are cutting-edge vehicles. I know that a lot has been made about the fact that there was a video games controller, etc., but a lot of engineering went into these vehicles. And when we talk about the first spacecraft that went to the moon, you know, and you mentioned...
We always joke that we sent them to the moon in what was basically a tin can.
A tin can, exactly.
With less computer ability than the tiny...
Yeah, exactly. The first cars, at the start of the... You know, this is an innovation stage, and they've always been very open and transparent about it being an experimental craft, and that there is a certain degree of risk. In fact, if we look at something that Hamish Harding, who was on board, the British businessman, billionaire, been to the South Pole, been to space, you know, a great explorer. He said, my view, when he was asked about the risk that they take on these kinds of expeditions, my view is that these are all calculated risks and are well understood before we start. So, and listening to the family statement, they described him as a loving husband, a dedicated father, a guide and inspiration. They said, if we can take any small consolation from this tragedy, it's that we lost him doing what he loved.
Yeah.
So I think...
I mean, explorers have always taken huge risks.
Yeah.
And they've left their families behind to pick up the pieces, basically. They've always done that.
That's true, but, I mean, that doesn't make the grief any easier. And we should stress as well, of course, 2 of the 5 people on board, they were the father and son.
On Father's Day
Yeah,
as
exactly. On Father's Day, Shahzada Dawood, Pakistani businessman. You can see him on the far right there with his son, 19-year-old son, Suleiman. He is a supporter, Shahzada, of charities, including the British Asian Trust and the Prince's Trust International. Suleiman, a Strathclyde University student, and his family have been paying tribute to him. The family remains overwhelmed with the love and support that it's received and grateful to all those who showcase the best in humanity. And actually,
I think the only comfort, as we were saying earlier, for them, if it can be any comfort, is the fact that from what we know, they will have died instantly, within milliseconds, apparently.
Yes, that's right, because of the enormous pressure from the implosion. If indeed it was an implosion, investigation at the very early stages, and of course they'll be retrieving that debris and analysing all the data, and there'll probably be a much more comprehensive report at some point in the future, which will tell us exactly what happened, but it's still very early days.
Yeah, it is indeed. OK, Paul, for now, thanks very much. Now,
as if it's not difficult enough for everybody considering mortgage payments, cost of living, we're told that 1 in 6 hospitality firms have been forced to cut back shifts because of rising costs. That's according to a new report from the Labour Party.
Now, all across the country, working people, of course, hit hard by the effects of food inflation. Well, not just food inflation,
Everything
all sorts of inflation.
Yeah. The situation looks dire, but what would a Labour government do? This is what we've been asking all morning. Could a different government make any better of this?
Yeah, well, let's talk to Seema Malhotra, who's the Shadow Minister for Small Business, Consumers and the Labour Market. Very good to see you this morning. Let's look at the bigger picture here to begin with, should we? The inflation is problematic. It's causing huge problems across the mortgage market. What would a Labour government do that is any different to what the Tories are doing at the moment?
Well, the first thing we would do is want to see a long-term plan for the economy that actually was accompanied by really good, strong governance, political stability, because political stability really does help with economic stability as well. And what we've seen with the chaos of the Conservatives infighting and the steady decline of our economy over 13 years is that we've reduced our resilience, and that is now impacting the families across the country, our businesses across the country, and it's seeing Britain hit harder than other countries. Why is it that food inflation is higher than France, than Germany, than Italy, than Spain, than the US? And why is it time and time again we're seeing British people hit harder than people in other countries?
Well, I mean, look, food inflation is because we import loads of it from Europe.
There are other reasons as well for what we're seeing, whether that is higher energy bills, which is affecting industry as well as our families, or it could be supply chain issues. And these are issues that were weak areas for us in terms of our resilience, even before the pandemic, even before the invasion of Ukraine. And parliamentarians have been telling the government that the lack of plans that they have are going to result in a weakening of our economic resilience. That is what we are seeing now. And that's why, with the plans that Labour is announcing for our economy nationally, to have us be the fastest growing in the G7, to make sure that we've got become a clean energy superpower, that would bring down bills for the long term. We also need measures to support our smaller businesses and our high streets. That's why the research that we've published today that shows very worryingly that 1 1 in 6 hospitality firms are now cutting back on staff. Companies like those that I've seen in Swindon who are saying that they have to close at 2 o'clock. They have to close their cafe because they can't afford to keep the staff on. These are things we have to tackle, and our plan is that we try and see the cost of doing business come down as well, whether that's through making sure that we cut business rates for those businesses, or that we see us tackling late payments and making sure that as much more action is taken against companies that don't pay those smaller businesses. The FSB estimate that up to 50,000 businesses a year could go out of business, not because they didn't earn those revenues, but because they haven't been paid for months. But also to make sure that we see plans for energy resilience for our smaller businesses through some of the vouchers and grants that we've also announced, and that we have a plan for keeping our high street safe. Look, what we want to see is our thriving local economies. And if we don't tackle those issues, including high street safety, with more police that we need to see back on our streets, then we won't see people having the confidence to shop as things improve. We won't see ways in which those prices are kept down vitally, and we won't see ways in which businesses have the confidence to keep their businesses open and make sure they've got the resilience for the long term.
Nevertheless, we are living at the moment in a time of inflation. People talk about the fact that a recession is just round the corner, and the Bank of England has just put up interest rates. What do you think of that?
I think that this reflects the Conservatives not having a plan for our economy. Look, they failed to secure our economy. They're failing families. They're failing businesses. We are seeing that time and time again. This isn't something that's come out of nowhere. If you look over the last few years, whether it's been the HGV crisis, the petrol crisis, the supply chain crisis, even our preparedness for the pandemic, all of these are demonstrations of a lack of planning on behalf of this government that has taken actions for the short term and then when a crisis comes, responds with sticking plaster politics. We need to see an end to this lurching from crisis to crisis. That's why I believe it's so important that the government starts to act now with a proper plan for our economy. Look, it's not just me that's also criticised the government for not having even an industrial strategy, which is the very thing that enables businesses to have that confidence to invest, to bring down those energy prices by investing in our energy security, to bring down our food prices by making sure that there is lower energy bills, but also resilience in our food economy too. These are decisions that the government need to make. They need to have a plan. And what I want to see is that it isn't just a plan that is for what we do for the future, but one that takes action now. And that's why we've announced our plan for our high street businesses today.
Look, with the very greatest of respect to you, I'm thinking, I'm just an ordinary bloke, Ms. Malhotra. Honestly, I just am. An ordinary fella from the Northwest. And I don't understand what you've said this morning. I don't understand what Labour is putting on the table that's going to make actually a significant and obvious difference to me. I don't know what you say. If you were turning around saying, I'll tell you what the first thing we'd do is sack Andrew Bailey and you put someone in the Bank of England who knows what they're doing, that I could understand. Apart from, I'm not getting what you're selling.
Yes, let's take that on because people in the Northwest, as well as across the country, we know are facing the Tory mortgage penalty right now, and that is, an average £3,000 increase in their bills, and much stems back to the instability of the Liz Truss budget. What we have said this week is that there needs to be action taken to support people with their mortgage payments, and I am calling on the Chancellor, the Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves called on the Chancellor yesterday to take the action, working with lenders, requiring lenders to make sure people can switch to mortgage interest-only mortgages if they feel that will help them, or lengthen the terms of their repayments, and to take measures without seeing their credit score affected as well, because we need people to have the confidence to be able to talk to their lenders through these tough times. Well, and these are measures that have also been called for by Martin Lewis. But if I can also make a point that I was making earlier in relation to the food price inflation that we're seeing. What we're saying is, with businesses in our local economies, our everyday economy, having to cut back on staff, which reduces income for those who are employed. And let's be clear as well that these businesses are the backbones of our local economies, that we need to have measures that reduces the cost of doing business too. That means making sure that we cut business rates, and we pay for that by more taxes on those online giants that aren't taxed their fair share. That could benefit on average about £2,500 per business, per cafe or pub or restaurant. And what we need to see is that those prices can then come down for consumers to help that little bit with the cost of living crisis, but also keep people in work who are employed in those in those businesses, and keep the cost of doing business down. There's a cost of doing business crisis along with the cost of living crisis, and the government needs to have a plan for dealing with that.
Well, I think we'll leave it there for the moment. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Thank you. I know it's very hard for Labour, isn't it, at the moment, or anyone trying to put up a counter-argument, because there's not a lot to say except moan about the present condition.
There's no real answers to it.
No, not any real easy ones that you could write down in a list.
No.
I know that's what you wanted to see. That's what I wanted to hear.
It's just, I mean, I'd get in touch. Let us know, gbviews@gbnews.com. And it's not to say that her individual little arguments don't mean things and wouldn't have little impacts. But in terms of a strategy, I don't get it.
Well, no, because half the time she's saying exactly what we're saying. Something needs to be done about X, Y, Z. But
what?
At some point, we've got to hear from Labour exactly what they're putting forward.
Yeah. A bit confusing.
It is.
But maybe you get it. Maybe you get it and you can put it succinctly to us, gbviews@gbnews.com.
Well, John has just said, I've no doubt that more and more people will come to realise that Kwasi Kwarteng and Liz Truss had it right. You hear this time and again, it keeps coming back at us.
You do. I don't know, John, if you're right. I mean, I genuinely don't know if you're right on that. I don't know. I mean, you look at... They were talking about a strong growth budget, but borrowing to do it. And the markets didn't like it. Now, the markets are financial, they know what they're talking about, the markets, like it's some sort of god. But they didn't like it. Now, why didn't they like it?
They really took fright, didn't they?
It
caused an absolute explosion.
So...
Ross says, why are London house prices being used as an average? Ditto London mortgages. I live in St Helens. Great town with all amenities, loads of work, great motorway connections. House prices start at around 70,000. You can buy a detached house with gardens and garage for 200 grand or less.
When you look
Is it better off in some parts of the country than others?
Oh, honestly, yeah. Don't live in London.
Oh, no, London is...
and
Oxford's the same, apparently. It's just as expensive as London now.
Yeah. They do when they do average prices and things, they do tend to exclude London from that.
Just to make it more reasonable.
Yeah, so it doesn't, because it does flick the figures. But there you go. Della says, what happens if inflation remains about the same next month? Will we see the interest rate go up again? Yes.
It'll be the 14th hike.
Yes, I think so. I think David Mellor's got a point, whether you like Andrew Bailey or not. I think David Mellor had a point when he said, well, we need to get somebody else in, someone with a bit more dynamism who's going to have a different way of thinking.
He's not quite the brain we need at the moment, is he?
He's not.
Or at least that's the feeling you get.
He's doing all this stuff and it's not helping anything, so maybe we need to do something differently. What's that? Who came up with that? What's the phrase? If you keep doing things over and over and expect different results.
Confucius.
Someone like that.
Yeah. Yes. If you keep doing something the same, don't expect a different result.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've done it 13 times now and nothing's happened.
No.
So anyway, your thoughts on all of that would be very welcome. gbviews@gbnews.com. If you have any way of getting out the mortgage crisis, we would love to hear from you. This is Breakfast on GB News.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the people's channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different.
It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics, and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m, and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Dan Wootton. You can watch me live on GB News Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. And did you know that you can also watch and listen live on our website, gbnews.com? You'll always be up to date on the latest breaking news, as well as enjoying the best stories, opinions and shows. You can even join the debate under our live player as you're watching. So head straight to gbnews.com on TV, radio and online. GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello again, it's 9:25 already. In fact, very nearly 9:26. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Loads of you getting in touch this morning. On talking to the Labour Party just now, Ray said we heard absolutely nothing from the Labour politician. It's so worrying. And Alex says all we hear from Labour is how terrible the Tories are. We know that already, but Labour have no idea or plans of their own.
See, that's what worries me. If Labour don't come up with a viable alternative, we just get the same lot in again.
Though we did hear from Seema Malhotra that banks and things should do more to help people with a mortgage and make it easier to move to interest only and extend the term of your mortgage. And
well, she said that's what she would do.
That's what she would do.
And that's when I tried to interrupt and say, isn't that what's happening at this very moment in Downing Street?
Well, it is, because that big meeting is underway with the Chancellor, the Prime Minister and a load of lenders, basically, to try and sort all that out. Liam Halligan's in Downing Street for us this morning. I mean, are we likely to get any significant conclusions out of this meeting, do you think, Liam?
I think we might, and I think what you heard from Seema Malhotra from the Labour front bench was what we were discussing in the last hour, Anne and Stephen, that Labour are trying to get clear red water, if you like, between them and the Tories in terms of how they're treating the mortgage lenders, and it is very, very difficult. Chancellor Jeremy Hunt is in the building behind me, talking to the likes of HSB and Santander, talking to them about how they are prepared to help those of us who are coming off fixed rate, variable rate mortgages. We've had the variable rates for 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, at much lower interest rates. As we come off those rates, and there's 150,000 families each month that are coming off those rates as their deals expire, facing much, much higher remortgaging costs, a 50% increase in mortgage payments on average for people coming off those ultra-low fixed rate deals, what are the mortgage lenders going to do? I think what we're going to hear is that the mortgage lenders will agree with the government that people can take repayment holidays, they can move easily from repayment mortgages to interest-only mortgages for a while, and the mortgage terms may be extended. But there's a key sticking point here. The sticking point is, will families who take those measures in order to keep their monthly repayments lower or to rein in the rate of increase of their monthly payments as they remortgage, will it affect their credit ratings? And the big lenders don't want to concede the point that it won't affect their credit ratings, because of course if it does affect your credit rating, they can charge us all more in the future. And I think a key intervention could be something that was foresawn by Harriet Baldwin, who is the Tory chair of the Cross-Party Treasury Select Committee. She was saying overnight that the precedent is there, the legal precedent is there to show forbearance in a much more generous way. And that legal precedent, Anne and Stephen, is COVID, because during the COVID era, lenders were pretty much forced by the government, and there was legislation to show more forbearance to people who were on furlough or couldn't work, the self-employed, and so on. So that law is on the statute book. It could be tweaked, it could be changed, or ministers behind me, including the Chancellor, could threaten to tweak or change it to update it to apply to the current period. Now, neither the Tories nor Labour are going to have on the table direct intervention, paying people's mortgages for them. What would renters think? What would people think that don't own their homes? It would look like middle-class welfare. It would also be completely counterintuitive, because you've got the Bank of England raising rates to try and rein in demand and keep a lid on inflation, and then the government's chucking loads of money at people for their mortgages. So that doesn't add up either. It's a really difficult conundrum. I totally understand why so many GB News viewers and listeners, people across the country, will be confused and worried and concerned. But you're right, there are no easy answers here.
If behind that big front door behind you, if they're sitting down and talking, and if Jeremy Hunt and the Prime Minister actually really want to put their foot down and force the bankers to do something, can they do that, or will it have to be entirely voluntary?
They can't just tell legal entities what to do. We live in a parliamentary democracy. They can force and cajole and threaten, and they can use, the black arts, if you like, of public relations. They can threaten to smear reputations and so on, but they can't force the likes of, HSB, Santander, other big banks and building societies who've extended the 11 million or so mortgages that we have here in the UK to unilaterally change the terms. But that's why I go back to this idea of COVID era legislation. There was emergency legislation during the COVID pandemic in order to require banks and building societies to provide more forbearance. That legislation could be updated. Ministers won't want to do that because it will be seen as heavy-handed, it will be seen as draconian, it will be seen as a change in a contract at a time not of unprecedented national emergency, which in many cases senses the COVID pandemic was, but just the natural ups and downs and swings and roundabouts of an advanced industrial society. The economy goes up and down. We all know that. If you start to evoke emergency era legislation in order to tackle the ups and downs of the economy, then you really are in a different world. The Tories won't want to do that. And Labour, of course, who are trying to rebuild their credibility with financial markets, who are trying to show that they are pro-business, grown up, they understand how to manage an advanced capitalist economy like the UK, they're not going to want to do it either. And that's why Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves, who is a former Bank of England economist herself, she's not saying we're just going to bail people out and pay their mortgages for them, just as the Conservatives aren't. So the two main parties, they're really dancing on a head of a pin here. The Tories are saying we're negotiating with the banks, and Labour is saying, as you heard from Seema Malhotra there, we would require them. Well, with the best will in the world to Her Majesty's opposition, they can't really require them unless they want to go into the House of Commons just over the way and make new primary legislation.
Can I ask you about, and I don't know if this is totally left field or what, Liam, but fixed-term deals, right? Mortgage fixed-term deals. Do the banks, do the lenders, have they shot themselves in the foot in the sense that there are a lot of people now on pretty cheap deals even though the costs for the banks has gone up because the base rate's gone up. So it's costing the banks more to borrow money, and yet they can't charge us more money if you're on a fixed-term deal. Do fixed-term deals have to go, ultimately? Are they skewing the market?
No, I mean, since the early 90s, we've really switched in this country from mostly variable deals to mostly fixed-rate deals. Of those 11 million mortgages, on balance, around 8 million of them are fixed-rate deals and 3 million are variable-rate deals. That's a complete reversal from 10 or 20 years ago. And I hear where you're coming from, Stephen, but if you think it through, the money that the mortgage company gave to you, you then gave to the person that you bought your house off, so that money's gone. So the mortgage companies borrowed that money from the money markets or from somewhere else at the rate that was prevailing at the time. So it's not as if that loan, that product's become more expensive for the mortgage company, because that deal has already been done in the past, if you follow me. But look, there really is an issue here. If you think back, I think we've got the graph, we can show it on our screens. If you think back to 2017, 2018, 2019, interest rates at the Bank of England were ultra low. And then at the end of 2021, we had that big increase, the staircase of now 13 interest rate rises all the way up to 5%, as the Bank of England told us yesterday. Well, look at that graph, and GB News radio listeners can bear with me. From 2017 onwards, for the next 5 years, people that were taking out mortgages at really low rates, because the Bank of England base rate was less than 1%, they were getting 2%, 2.5% on their mortgage and then fixing in for 5, 3 or 2 years. Well, those 5, 3 and 2 year deals are now expiring. And that's why around 150,000, 200,000 households a month are seeing those 5, 3 and 2 year deals expiring. They're then facing, the full wrath, the reality of the new rate of interest, which, if the Bank of England base rate is 5%, new mortgage rates are more like 6, 7, 7.5, even 8% in some circumstances if you've got a very high loan to value and you have not much collateral or financial track record. And so a lot of people are seeing their mortgage payments, or will see their mortgage payments go up, by up to 50%, £2,500 a month on average, and that's the increment. So what's happening in the mortgage market for this 100, 150, 200,000 families per month, and that will continue up until the general election mooted in autumn 2024. What's happening to their family finances, Stephen and Anne, is so much more massive than anything to do with income tax or benefits or other things that we talk about a lot here on GB News. This is absolutely huge. This is upending the finances of an awful lot of families. It's not a 2008 situation. Our banks, our lenders aren't in systemic difficulty with the amount of housing debt, but a limited but significant number of families are or soon will be. And those families are largely in the southeast or other kind of blue wall areas. They're largely sort of 30-something and 40-somethings, young families often with both parents working, who are struggling to make ends meet, the kind of squeezed middle. And that's why this mortgage time bomb, as it's been called, is so potent politically and potentially so damaging for the Conservatives.
OK, Liam, good to see you. Thanks very much.
Gosh.
Worrying stuff.
It is, isn't it? We've got lots more to come for you, though. Ellie's at Ascot. That'll be nice to see what hat she's wearing today. This is Breakfast on GB News.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard.
We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often they will be difficult stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prisons?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned.
I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel. Britain's news channel.
Nightmare commute. Kick it up a gear with me, Patrick Christys, at drive time, 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+, on the smart speaker app and on the GB News app. And if you've got an Alexa, all you have to say is, Alexa, play GB News. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player apps. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with me, Patrick Christys, on GB News and GB News Radio.
So Jubes and Kerr, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat.
Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
9:40, you're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Good morning to you.
Now, this is interesting because it's a little primary school in a Welsh seaside town and it's in the running for a global education prize. It's a very big deal.
Well, yes, it's set up a pay what you can food shop, laundrette and uniform shop to support struggling families.
So we're joined now by senior leadership of Cadoxton Primary School, Hannah Cogbill, and 2 Year 6s, I think, Cody and Grace, and a very good morning to you. And first of all, congratulations, because I've been reading so much about this amazing prize, this competition. It's a very big deal, isn't it? Congratulations.
Absolutely. Ooh, thank you so much. Happy Friday and welcome to Cadoxton Primary School. We're actually in our big box void this morning, which is super exciting. But yeah, we're so happy, absolutely thrilled to be recognised in such a way. And we're so proud of our learners, of their families, of our community and all of our staff.
Well, tell us what it is that you've actually done, what the big box is.
Amazing. So Big Box Void itself is essentially a pay-as-you-feel shop. We've been on a journey here at Cadoxton Primary School. So we've got a pay-as-you-feel shop, we've got a pay-as-you-feel zero waste facility, a pay-as-you-feel laundrette, and a pay-as-you-feel uniform shop as well. But our main ethos is about redistributing food that would ordinarily end up in landfill and then being able to empower and support our communities to become food literate. So it's not about giving a hand out, but a hand up, so it becomes part of a culture.
What do you think? What do you think of it all, Grace?
What do you think of Big Box Void? Thanks, amazing. Good.
I think it's very important for the community.
Where do you get the food from? Cody or Grace, you can answer that. Where, you know, the food that you then sell for whatever people feel able to pay for it. Where do you get that food from?
So we got our food from Fair Share. Yeah. From Morrison's, Tesco, Asda, M&S, Greggs, Co-op.
Yeah, so we're very lucky. We work with a lot of our community champions in our local supermarkets that Grace just mentioned, as well as Fair Share Cymru.
And how's it going down with the parents, Hannah?
Yeah, absolutely amazing, you know, and it's grown from the parents within our school to the whole community. So, you know, we've got our youngest learners accessing it, but also our oldest members of the community, with our big vision of becoming, you know, a really sustainable community, and that we can give our little way to help.
And how many, Grace, or again, Cody, you can answer this, how many other kids your age are actually taking part in this?
So we've got, in our school, we've got from year 3 to year 6, so I would say roughly about 20.
Yeah, so you've got you guys are big box void leaders, and then Code, you also run something on a Friday, don't you, that links our big box void. Do you want to say a little bit about that?
Yeah, we cook in the community centre with Mrs. Roderick, and we get a chance to make different foods, and we get a chance to try different foods. And my favourite food to cook is actually corned beef pie.
Oh, very good.
Absolutely, you're citizens of the future. It's a brilliant project to be doing anyway. Even if you know you hadn't already been nominated as, I think you're one of the top 10 schools in this world competition to be nominated. When will you know whether or not you know who's won?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been nominated as top 10 in the world for overcoming adversity. Top 3 get announced in September, and then it's the winning ceremony in October.
Right.
Well, best of luck. We'll keep in touch with us.
Yeah, really good to see all 3 of you. Thank you very much indeed. Well, let's go from being frugal to being a little bit extravagant. Down at Royal Ascot, Ellie Costello's headed back there today, just simply because she had another outfit she needed to give an airing to. Oh, there she is. Nice. Good morning. How are you feeling, doll? You look gorgeous.
Thank you. Yes, really excited for the penultimate day of Ascot today. I'm actually stood in the parade ring. We've been given special access, and this is where the royal procession is going to come round a little bit later on, and you can see where hundreds of, potentially thousands of people are going to be stood and standing, hoping to capture a glimpse of the King and Queen a little bit later on when they come round in their carriages. They'll get off just here and they will meet some of the owners of the horses that will be racing today. It's an absolute hub of activity here this morning, you two. The gates open officially at 10:30, but we can see over here some of the stewards are actually just lining up here to have their photo taken, because it is the penultimate day of Ascot. They've been working really hard throughout the week to look after everybody that's coming to visit, and they want to make a memory. So it's been really lovely actually just watching all of the stewards come together to have a photo taken here, and it's going to be another wonderful day of horse racing and of course fashion.
Are you going to get to place a bet today, Ellie? Because you've not had any luck so far, have you?
No, I must say, I was here on Tuesday and we were very busy. We had to do work every single hour, so we didn't have a chance to get out actually onto the racecourse. But today, potentially, because there's 2 good races coming up, I'm going to pretend like I know what I'm talking about. One is the Coronation Stakes, which is apparently a Group 1 race. Anne might know something about that. And a Commonwealth Cup as well. So it's a really big day for racing today. Yesterday was brilliant as well, because it was Ladies' Day, which some might say is the biggest day of the week here at Ascot, especially in terms of fashion. But it was a really nice moment for King Charles and Queen Camilla. They had their first win at Ascot, which was really wonderful to see. There was actually tears in the royal box when they had their horse come first over the finish line. And Zara Tindall was speaking to the press afterwards, and she said it was a really bittersweet moment because they thought about her late grandmother, of course, Queen Elizabeth II, and how much she loved horses. She was very successful at Ascot. She had 24 wins here, and she was here almost every single year for 70 years. And I know that earlier on in the week there was a bit of chatter about how much King Charles and Queen Camilla actually like Ascot, how much they actually like horse racing. But I think we could see from their emotional reaction yesterday to that victory that they really do care about horse racing. They really have enjoyed Ascot this week, and they are going to continue that rich royal tradition of horse racing.
Well, you'll have to have a flutter, because that's what makes it exciting. You just pick a random
name. Well, exactly. I need to. Well, I've got a favourite which I can help you out with here. Tahira is apparently the favourite in the Coronation Stakes, the clear favourite, I'm being told. So if I were to place a bet, it would be on Tahira in the Coronation Stakes. So I think it would just be rude not to. I mean, I'm here anyway.
Yes.
I'll put on a bet for you two as well, if you like.
Oh, well, maybe, yes, I might have to pay you back. Can I just say, Ellie Costello, you are a vision in pistachio.
Yeah, pistachio, is that what it is?
I think
Thanks.
it's pistachio.
I'd call it lime, I think.
Oh.
Lime, and then very Essex shoes. I hope you like these.
Oh, yes.
They're my Cinderella shoes.
Yeah, I'd love to know how you walk around on that
I need to show you my handbag. Hang on, let me show you my handbag.
Here we go.
Look.
Here we go.
It's a disco ball.
Oh, no.
It's a disco ball. I haven't worked out how you open it yet. It's a bit of a mystery. But it looks nice.
Yes,
and it matches my shoes. So
well, all you say, you can take the girl.
That's the full look, everybody.
Yeah.
You can take the girl out of Essex.
How you've got the hat to match the dress, I don't know, but that's just brilliant. It's lovely to see you there.
Fabulous.
But have a flutter and let's see how you do.
Yeah. All right, we'll catch you later, Ellie.
Deserve a win.
She looks. God.
She does. She looks fab.
She always, yeah.
How do you
really
walk
does.
around on turf though? In 7-inch heels? I don't know.
No, I don't
Well, in
know.
fact, there are the papers are full of women who tried to walk home and didn't make it and fell off their shoes. That happens a lot in Ascot.
Is that because he'd had a drink or two?
I think just a wee tipple.
She didn't have a drink on Tuesday.
No.
Not a single. She'll change that today, I'm
You
sure.
can't if you're going to look that good. You've got to behave as well if all the cameras are on you.
Well, this is true. This is true. Now, it's always great to dine in or eat out with family, friends and loved ones, but of course cooking can be, well, a little bit of an ordeal for some people.
Yes, but there's a new innovation coming to help. Moli Robotics is today revealing what it calls a game-changing new model, the chef's kitchen.
OK, let's talk to Mark Olenek, inventor and CEO of Moli Robotics. Good morning. Tell us all, what is that?
Good morning. It's a lovely sunny morning in London. So this is our new product, Chef's Table Kitchen, which can be incorporated in the normal kitchen or in the island for the kitchen, or like a standalone model, which you can see here. So this machine, I can start cooking just because I think sometimes it's better to show rather than to explain.
Like a touch screen.
Oh. And yeah, this kitchen is relatively interesting product because it's compact, not very big, so it can fit any type of houses or apartments. So in general, it can cook plenty of different dishes based on the professional recipes from the professional chefs recorded in our studio. So in general, we took all the fresh ingredients, all the cooking starting from the scratch and make from absolutely raw ingredients, and you can enjoy the really freshly cooked food just in front of you.
So it's a personal chef, basically. It means we can all have a personal chef.
Yes, it's a personal chef because the robot cannot create the recipe, but it can recreate the recipe after the chef. So chef can distribute his own recipe through the platform, and the robot carefully can going step-by-step operation by executing this recipe and give you exactly the same dish how the chef made it before.
So what is it actually cooking now for us, or for you?
Because it's sunny morning, so we are choosing to cook now the omelette.
Wow. So presumably all this needs to be programmed in. So someone in your head office is programming everything into this, and then we just have to lay our kitchen out in the right way.
Yeah, the question is, of course, our product is supported by the AI, so it's a lot of AI algorithms inside.
We've lost the signal.
No, it's back.
The chef option.
Right.
I must say, that robotic arm... Ooh, there goes the egg mixture. That robotic arm is incredibly flexible, isn't it? It's very impressive to watch.
Yeah, which makes me wonder, I've got to ask Mark, what about the cost?
Look at that.
The current cost of this model is below 70,000. So it starts from 50 and depends on the option. Customer can choose the different materials, different finishing. It can go up, but in general, the simple model is cost from 50K.
Okay, so it's an expensive treat, but an
is.
intriguing one.
Yes, but also, I mean, it's what you said, everything's got to be laid out perfectly ready for it.
Yeah.
And it won't do the washing up. Well, it doesn't do the washing up, does it?
The washing up, the robot can clean the surface, but of course, for the washing like a dish, we have a special, like a machine which is invented quite a long time ago. It's a dishwasher, yeah? That's like a machine which is specifically clean the dish. But in terms of worktop, yes, the robot can clean the worktop.
Oh,
well, thank you very much for showing it off.
I hope your omelette's nice.
This is difficult to tell. But what a lovely clean kitchen as well, otherwise, isn't
yes,
it?
very nice.
Yeah.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. I like the idea of that very much. £70,000 is a lot of money, but they will come down in price.
Yes, exactly, and it'll do more, I expect, as well.
Yeah.
But most of all, I'd love somebody come and do the washing up.
Yeah, I think that's a glimpse into the future, though.
Yeah. In fact, it's nice cooking yourself. The cooking is all right, it's the washing up that I hate.
Well, there you go. I don't mind the washing up. We'll split it. Anyway, we're back tomorrow. Oh, actually, I'm not in tomorrow.
No, but I am.
You're in.
Yeah.
And Esther and Phil are here next with Friday morning. But first, let's have a look at your weather forecast.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. Hot and sunny for some this weekend, but cloudier and wetter for others. Through today and throughout much of Saturday and Sunday, we'll see spells of rain into the northwest of the UK, whilst the heat builds further southeast. In fact, it's a sunny start to the day for East Anglia, southern and eastern parts of England. Some showers will build into the afternoon, but otherwise most places are going to be sunny and increasingly warm. But for Scotland, Northern Ireland, northwest England and West Wales, spells of rain turning to showers later in the day. Even where it's raining in the north, temperatures will reach 20 Celsius, but the highest temperatures will be where we've got that unbroken sunshine in the southeast, 28 or 29 degrees the afternoon high. Then into the evening, those spells of rain and showers will continue to move across Wales, parts of the North Midlands into northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland. In fact, for